silence in tribute of former councillors Dennis Ripley and Bob Mortimer, who have recently passed away, and also in recognition that today is the 200th anniversary of the mill fire in Combridge, where 17 children died. Thank you. Would anybody like to speak on behalf of Councillor Ripley first, or Councillor Firth?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Many here will not have had the pleasure of knowing Dennis, because Dennis retired in 2000 after serving as a member for Dewsbury East for 21 years. Quite a long career, I'm sure you all agree. He was, in his time, he was Chair of Education and Chair of Culture and Leisure. A man who spoke with great knowledge about both, with great gravitas. He was a wonderful guy and really took the job seriously. As I said at his funeral, I often remember walking down Chicken Lane when we were leafleting one day, and this Jack Russell ran out and nipped him. It's such a shout. And poor old Dennis holding his leg, and the dog was never the same again. but Dennis, it was a pleasure to work with Dennis. His funeral was attended by several former leaders and our present leader. John Harmon and Gary turned up. Molly sent her regards. It was really a wonderful ceremony. It was a humanist ceremony rather than a religious one. So everybody spoke, and it wasn't a day for long faces. It was a day for celebration, and we celebrated his life, which was wonderful. And I will remember Dennis fondly, as will my ward colleagues. Paul knew him very well. Kathy, as a ward member, a branch member, she knew him. His latest project, by the way, because he never gave up, for the Friends of the Park, and his latest project with Jennifer Devlin, his partner, was the Park Mansion in Dewsbury, bringing that to the asset transfer and bringing that into use. So his memory will live long in Dewsbury East, and I will, and my colleagues will miss him greatly.
Thank you, Councillor Firth. Councillor
Yes, Eric was as a ward councillor, with a ward councillor, Dennis knew him much more than I did. But I just wanted to mention Dennis's missionary work. Dennis was on a mission to bring culture from Dewsbury to Huddersfield. But I think it's for others to judge how successful he was at that. But he did try.
Thank you, Councillor Sheard. Does anybody else wish to speak about Councillor Ripley? No? Does anyone wish to speak about Councillor Mortimer? Oh.
I'd just make, Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to say a few words about both of them, actually, if I can. As you've not been mentioned yet, Bob Mortimer, I think many people knew him after the council, but I actually first got to know him when I joined the council. I think he'd been elected the year previously, and he was a very warm and supportive councillor. When you come in as a new person and there's all these strange faces, we've all been there, I think, well, who the heck, particularly on the other side, who will I see who was a friendly face? And Bob was always a friendly face. And actually, if you got to know him last year, he was the same when he joined his council in 1986. he kept that persona. He was a great man, and he did a great lot of things after being on the council. Dennis, Councillor Ripley, as he was then, I had the pleasure of shadowing him as when he was education chair in the early 80s, and that was an interesting time. Those who are here will understand this, those who won't, but I do remember going to an awards evening, education awards evening one evening, and I went into the venue, sat down with Dennis and the Chief Education Officer just near the end of Dennis's time as Education Chair, and I felt very unwelcome. Those who are actually who were here at the time are laughing, so I think you know what I mean. But yeah, third wheel, I think, is the modern phrase of now. But actually, you know, we sparred a lot, Dennis and I, but I had a huge respect for Dennis. It was always good to meet up with him after he left the council and catch up. And he brought a dynamic to the council chamber, and I think that's all important that all members do. And certainly I know my group would want best wishes to go to both families.
Thank you, Councillor Light. Councillor Kane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to talk, I actually indicated to talk about Dennis, but I will say something about Bob, actually, because as Mayor, I was heavily involved with Bob, and the fact that he always seemed to turn up everywhere. And he was a really good sort of representative of the British Legion, and I know he did a hell of a lot for that, and obviously something he needed to be remembered for. I think he just absolutely finished before the year before I actually came on as councillor. Actually did, so I didn't really know him, and I know him. He used to come to some committees, but yeah, I'm sure he'd be missed, and he was a good person. I want to speak about Dennis, and I have to apologise to Jennifer. I did send her a card that I was on leave last week, so I couldn't attend the funeral. So anybody that wondered why I wasn't there, it wasn't anything against Dennis at all, because myself and Dennis used to get on quite well, and many a story that I could tell about being in partnership with Dennis. One of which, and it seemed to be about Chickenley, was about we once got attacked coming out of a surgery, and Dennis stuck to his guns, and he was shouting and bawling at these kids and whatever, and it was one of them things where it was a partnership, and we were trying to get him to calm down and that, but no, but it was his background that he wanted to confront. And that's the way Dennis really was. And anybody that knows Dennis, he was a very, very private person. And the one thing that I can say about Dennis was he was an absolute true socialist. So he believed in everything, and he gave many a good speech here. And he believed in everything that he said. I wouldn't ever get into a conversation with him about religion, because he was so anti-religion, and the thoughts of that and my background and his background never come to meet. But I have to send my commiserations to Jennifer and his family, because he was very, very proud of his family and his upbringing and his friends. So I would just want to say we will all miss you. Dewsbury does owe a debt of honour to Dennis, because he was a good councillor, an extremely good spokesperson for the town, although he was born in Mirfield, and but he was part of that particular time when Dewsbury was the jewel in the crown, as John Harmon used to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kane. Councillor Shear.
I always knew Bob for his 4 years on the council, but I knew Bob much more after he stopped being a councillor. For people that I think somebody already mentioned that he was involved with the British Legion, but does anyone know how much he was involved with the British Legion? I mean, I remember working with Bob on the War Memorials Committee, and as Mayor said, he's turned up on lots and lots of things. But when he first left the council, and I can't remember the exact details, but Bob was involved with the war widows pensioners. And he originally started off and he was covering, I think, Kirklees, then eventually covered West Yorkshire. By the time he finished, he started doing all of Yorkshire, then he was doing all of the north of England. Because as less and less widows were left, there were less and less work to do, and Bob seemed to be the one that the Legion called on to take it on. So I think it's the work that Bob did much later, that did after he finished as a councillor for the British Legion, that I remember Bob most. And he turned, as people said, he did turn up to everything, and he worked extremely hard for the British Legion.
Thank you, Councillor Sheard. Councillor Marchington.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've known Bob Mortimer for a very long time. In fact, he's one of the first people I actually got to vote for. He was my councillor. Born in our ward, born up on Nettleton Hill, and represented the area very well for those 4 years. I think one of the campaigns we were involved with before K&H was formed, actually campaigning for tenants to have a greater say over the running of council properties, and Bob was very keen on that. Yeah, President of the British Legion, Yorkshire South and West, tireless campaigner for the rights of service personnel and former service personnel, and at a national level as well. And he would regularly feed in information to Kirklees about conversations he'd had with the Minister. But his breadth of experience was so much more than that. He was a member of SHWIMIT, the Mental Health Trust, involved on the board there, involved in that. Sports England, he was a footballer in his youth, playing up at, I think it was Baltimore, Scapegoat Hill, one of the highest football grounds in the country. And if you can play football up there, you could probably play football anywhere. The wind keeps blowing. And again, when there were sporting issues, particularly about raising funds for local sports clubs and football, Bob was involved in that. He used to turn up to our area committee and regularly and make a contribution to local issues there. And I think most of us will have heard him speak or at some stage or other. He will be sadly missed. And Marjorie, our sympathy goes to Marjorie. As a couple, actually, this is about a partnership. As a couple, they were absolutely lovely. And I will miss him, sadly, and we'll look forward to keeping in touch with Marjorie as the years go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchington. Councillor Cooper.
I'd like to say a few words about Bob Mortimer. Bob was, I think, my first job. Because I was a Liberal agent. I worked for a party called the Liberal Party many years ago, and I was given the job of looking after Bob in his first campaign to get elected in Crossland-Moor. And so we did the interesting thing of actually canvassing in February. Who'd have thought it? Who's doing that now? And we started knocking on doors, me and Bob, and it was just me and Bob walking along, and he was he was incredibly likeable. People really loved him on the doorstep. He was great. But I do remember something about him, which is saying in the other sense, he's very deliberate. He's a bit of a plodder, but he just goes on until he gets there, and that's what he did. Nobody expected him to win the seat. It was a solid Labour seat, but he did it by simply getting out there and talking to people and getting his own personality across, and that really came through. And seeing him ever since doing all the work he did for the British Legion has been something that a lot of us know him for. So sorry to see him go, and condolences to Marjorie.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Ball.
I'd just like to reflect on Dennis, Councillor Ripley. Firstly, as Councillor Kane had said, he served his time initially with the Murfield Urban District Council, and like several other people, the grounding and experience that it gave him in Murfield serving there, he then went on to serve in other areas and achieve political status and power and chairmanship. There's several other people gone on to do that. I think Dennis is probably the first, and he's probably one of the last people from the urban district era. I first came across Dennis in about 1997-98, when he had the unenviable task as Chair of Culture and Leisure of having to defend a decision of the budget, which he must have absolutely disagreed with, which was museum closures, and in particular Dewsbury. It was a very heated campaign. The local media were against it. But Dennis, true to his style, went and argued his corner, and then came back many years later, as we've heard, with the Friends of the same museum and seeking to support it, equally eloquently and equally passionately. During my mayoralty, I'd bump into him, and again, he was always friendly. Him and Jennifer would always, at the cultural events, art shows and things like that, they were always helping us, and he would reflect on his time in Murfield and some of the people we met. I noticed during his obituary that he talked about his time in national service when Dennis was in the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. It's probably fitting to remember Dennis's life then by the core motto, which is Arte et Marte, which translates to by skill and by fighting, and I think that's a fitting epitaph for everything that Dennis stood for.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Sockham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I knew both Councillor Dennis Ripley and Bob Mortimer very well. I attended the funeral alongside with my colleague, Councillor Devashia, Paul, and Kathy and others. John Harman, Gary Dimmick was there. I was really moved there when I heard speech from his son and Eric Firth as well. When I was elected councillor in 1989, first time, I met Dennis Ripley. I think he was a chair of the cultural service or some other committee, I can't remember. He used to give me a lot of advice about how the council work is going on. Because that time there was no training facility for new councillors. You know, I learned from the councillors, you know, experienced councillor, and so Dennis was one of them. So I really feel sorry for he passed away. But everyone have to go. Yeah, we have to accept that. About Bob Mortimer, I knew Bob Mortimer very well when he was a councillor there. One thing I've seen in Bob Mortimer, he was very punctual. He was very dedicated councillor. He never missed any meetings or other. Especially when he retired from the council, not retired, he left council, right? He used to attend Huddersfield District Committee meeting. I think he attended more than any other councillor who was on Huddersfield District. He never missed the Huddersfield District Committee. And I'm right and chair, Sheikullah was chair there. So he was so dedicated everywhere, as Paul said, he was everywhere, British Legion or anywhere. So sorry we missed him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sockham. D. Firth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to add my respects to Bob Mortimer. I remember Bob when I first joined this council. He was already on this council. That was way back in the deep mist of time. I think it was 1989. And I have also served with him on Kirklees Community Association. It was a gentleman, was Bob. Not just a councilman, as a councilman, was also a gentleman. And he worked very hard for the British Legion. He had a 4x4 and he very rarely went on a train if he needn't do. He used to drive everywhere he went. A great guy, and he's going to be sadly missed at the KCA as well as certainly the British Legion. Just a quick word about Councillor Dennis Ripley. When I joined here, Dennis was already the chairman of the Education Committee. Known him, well, for as long as he was on the council. He was a gentleman, obviously not the same politics as me, but wherever he represented, he was a good councillor because he represented the people and he did well for the people wherever he represented. Like us all, that's what it's all about. And that's what Dennis was about. And he'll be sadly missed in Dewsbury, I'm sure, as my colleague Eric said. So, yeah, there's two people there who we can really do without having lost, but nevertheless, it comes to us all, you know, sometime. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I say a few words about Councillor Mortimer? I've known Councillor Mortimer a long time. He and Marjorie are great friends of ours. And when he was selected to stand as candidate in Golka, I was his agent, and he won, and I was brilliant. 4 years later, I was his agent and he lost. We won't say what he said about me then. because it was not complimentary. However, we remain friends and have remained friends all the time. I will miss him greatly, and I'm going to his funeral. Just thought I'd say he was a great friend, and I will miss him. On that note, we have another announcement. This time it's a pleasant one. We've got to congratulate Councillor Erin Hill on the birth of her little boy, Michael James. So I hope you've all sent a lovely congratulations card, and I hope everything's well. So pass my good wishes on to Erin when you see her, if anyone will. Thank you. It would be. I would not expect anything else. Right then, Jack, have you anything to say?
Can you pass it?
Will you, Julie?
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, members. I've got two announcements to make. The first one is the usual one when we have a Budget Council, which is that you're reminded of the provisions of Section 106 of the Local Government Act, Government Finance Act 1992 in relation to the main item on the agenda this afternoon. This means that if you're present today and an amount of council tax is payable by you and has remained unpaid for at least 2 months, you should at the meeting and as soon as practicable after its commencement disclose the fact that Section 106 applies to you and you're not able to vote on any question relating to the budget item. If it applies to you, you may speak on the item but not vote. That's my first announcement. The second one is that if we are still in the process of debating the budget at 9 o'clock, it's the Mayor's intention that she will use her discretion, which is set out at Council Procedure Rule 16(4), to grant additional time to allow the budget item to be concluded. But we will make a note at that particular point in time that she's exercising it. Okay?
Thank you. I'll get to the Chief Exec now.
Okay, good evening, members. There have been a number of matters which the Service Director of Finance would like to bring to your attention in advance of the meeting. These have become available following the publication of the Cabinet Budget Report and require to be known by Council. The note that has been placed on your chair provides more details, and these relate to the following. The final financial settlement announcement by Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, the outcome of the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government consultation in relation to the investment guidance and minimum revenue provision, Leeds City Region pilot application for 100% devolved business rates. The financial settlement provides 1.1 million of additional resources for social care, and spending proposals will come forward at a later date and reported to Council. The consultation outcome in relation to minimum revenue provision is significant, as this limits Council's ability to backdate any changes. And lastly, the financial benefit arising from Leeds City Region pilot application for 100% devolved business rates could be in the order of £1.6 million. Further updates on these matters will be reported to the Council.
Thank you. Now, are there any apologies? Councillor Sokal.
Yes, Madam Mayor, you already announced good news about Councillor Erin Hill. She got a new baby, lovely baby. So it's too early for her to attend this meeting. So apology from Councillor Erin Hill. Thank you.
I move that the minutes of the meeting of Council held on the 17th of January 2018 to be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote by a show of hands. I think that's carried. Thank A list of dispensations has been tabled. Members who have any other interest should disclose their interests now. Are there any interests to declare?
Yeah, I have checked this for legal, and it's page 32 It's to do with the HRA. I have a family member living in the K&H property.
Councillor Smage.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to add, I'm a director of the group that is leased in Bristol Community Centre at this moment in time. Thank you.
Councillor Pandor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interest in my mum's a council tenant in K&H property.
Councillor Pandor. Councillor Calvert.
Family member in a K&H property.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Burnley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am a tenant in a K&H property. I'm also a member of Home Valley Parish Council.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Zaman. Councillor Deefer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Member of the Home Valley Parish Council. Thank you.
Councillor Asif.
Can I just clarify, being a director of YPO, do I need to declare any interest? That's fine.
Councillor Patrick.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this applies, but I'll say it anyway. My wife's chairman of Civic Hall, the Civic Hall Charitable Trust, which is supported by Home Valley Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Can I remind any members who have declared an interest to complete the form and submit to the clerk by the end of the meeting? Julie.
Can I clarify for the meeting? There was a list of dispensations which had been granted earlier on this afternoon. There are a number of other dispensations which have been granted since then, which I'm going to read out. There were two. There's one in relation to Councillor Smage and in relation to Councillor Polferman. They already had dispensations on the list, but we've added the Birstall Company to those as dispensations. I've also granted dispensations to Councillor Richard Smith and to Councillor Fazila Lunat in relation to second properties. I've also granted a dispensation to Amanda Pinnock in relation to Fusion Housing. Okay?
Thank you. Right. Item 5, Budget 2018/2020. Can I remind members that a mover of an amendment will have the same length of time to speak of their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. All of the speakers, be they group leaders or not, will have the maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19/7, any decisions taken in relation to the budget, including amendments, shall be done by recorded votes. After consultation with group leaders, I have agreed to apply Council Procedure Rule 18/12 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments. A copy of the flow chart setting out this process has been tabled. I will now invite the Cabinet Member for the Resources to present their motion of Cabinet. Councillor Pandor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to present the Labour Group proposal. Our budget, the essence of it is to actually implement adult social care in full this year, not to defer it until next year. The reason why that is, Madam Mayor, is we need to protect the most vulnerable. We've debated in the Council chamber many, many times, and we're actually walking the walk, not just talking the talk. Massive pressures on the NHS, and we all know that NHS is at crisis, at breaking point, and that's why we actually feel that this is actually a very important move by our Labour group, and I hope that those groups will support this. We need to invest in adult social care now, not tomorrow. If we do that tomorrow, there's huge risk to this council, and we don't want to be in that situation. We believe in deferring adult social care is very dangerous. It lacks vision, and at the same time, in the long term, it will cost the taxpayers more money, Madam Mayor. Since 2010, we've made massive cuts to this council. Nationally, Madam Mayor, £16 billion has been cut from local councils. We can see what's happening up and down the country, which I'll come on to in a minute. This council has saved 197 million quid, actually cut 197 million quid. That is 60% of our revenue has disappeared, and that money is sitting with central government, Madam Mayor. To delay that social care precept is deceitful, it lacks vision, and I think, like I mentioned, it's a massive risk to this council. We've also carried out major transformation in this council. We've actually redesigned our frontline service, redesigned the business support function. We've actually reinvested in our infrastructure in terms of IT, and we've actually invested in new modern machinery. And we are carrying on with our adult social care transformation, and that is a pivotal element of our budget. The next 2 years, Madam Mayor, don't get any easier. The next 2 years will mean we have to save another 44 million quid. And that is a big risk to this council, Madam Mayor. Government policy, unfortunately, is shifting the burden to local taxpayers. And unfortunately, we are in a situation where we are, that we have to raise the council tax the way we have to. But at the same time, we have to take the difficult decisions. Nationally, Madam Mayor, there is a £7 billion deficit in local government finances. 2.3 billion of that is alone just for social care. Many of you will be aware there are councils that are struggling, and there are many councils that are actually on the verge of insolvency. We only heard the other week Northamptonshire has actually been issued a 114 notice, and my heart goes out to the hard-working councillors because we do not want to be in that situation. On a more of a positive, Madam Mayor, our budget that we're proposing is an investment budget. It has vision, it's got leadership, we are prepared to make the difficult decisions, and at the same time, it shows creativity. We are going to invest in our people and in our place. That is the thrust of what we're trying to do. Our priorities, which have been set on this council, we will make sure we actually meet them. Looking forward, it might be bleak, but this budget actually has got many, many opportunities. We're going to reinvest in our town centres, we're going to reinvest in our communities, and we're going to reinvest in local champions, and we're going to make sure that we actually develop capacity within our communities and within our staff. This will make sure that we create that vision for sustainable growth, and we make sure that we actually will carry on providing the services that our residents expect us to deliver. So without further ado, Madam Mayor, I would like to move our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pandor. Who's going to second that? Councillor Turner.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'll second that and reserve the right.
Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the Labour budget. We are confident that our proposals to invest in our town centres and villages will stimulate economic growth, support businesses, create jobs, attract visitors and reinvigorate a sense of pride in the place we live, work and play. We will invest in our cultural offer and enhance our streetscape. In Huddersfield, we will focus on major investment, the Piazza, the Market Hall area, around the Town Hall and Main Square. And we will invest on a ward level to improve vibrancy and sustainability. We must invest now and do all we can to look to the future. I am pleased that this budget proposal is protecting our core services, such as gritting and street cleansing, and will continue to invest in energy-saving initiatives such as LED street lights. These are the things we all use and are important to people. Place-based services have been subjected to massive squeeze over the years due to increasing demands in social care and children's services. Not only has the government failed to address these increases, but has perpetuated them with their devastating welfare reforms and cut to local authority funding. Despite this, we have continued to deliver services to a high standard. For example, a number of our parks won the Green Flagship Awards. This is within the context of having to make cuts of £154 million this year. We have stood shoulder to shoulder with our communities in times of need. We will continue to protect our most vulnerable whilst finding new ways to deliver public services, true to Labour values, working in partnership with other public sector bodies, businesses and our communities. We are the second lowest funded metropolitan authority in the country and have one of the lowest council tax base rates. We are also the 7th largest metropolitan council. Local government has suffered the biggest austerity cuts of any part of government. The Labour communities hit the hardest. Kirklees have made nearly £200 million worth of cuts year upon year since 2010. The failure of Northamptonshire County Council sends a clear signal that the government's approach to managing our public services doesn't work. When faced with choices of where to cut and where to invest, I believe the government has failed to show that they understood the real-life human challenges facing this country. The autumn budget in November saw tax breaks for bankers and oil companies, but nothing to address the major challenges facing our communities. Nothing for children's services, nothing for adult social care. We all hoped that the government will take notice in the local government finance settlement, but the day came and the finance settlement came, riddled with holes and mistakes, but offering nothing for vulnerable children and nothing for social care. And whilst this government starves our services of funding and fails to provide concrete answers when asked about how the sector will cope, the Secretary of State continues to shirk any responsibility, instead passing the buck for his government's mistakes to local authorities and their residents in the form of council tax rises. In terms of social care, we stated we needed the money now. The 3% social care precept was the government's response to the crisis. We empathise with our residents. However, we will continue to protect the most vulnerable with our council tax reduction scheme, which is the most generous in the region. In principle, as a Labour Party, we oppose such divisive strategies. However, we can't wait for a Labour government, and we have to act now in the best interest of our residents. We, the Labour Group, have the talent, commitment, passion and vision to make the right decisions for our residents and deliver this budget during the most challenging times for our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Mather.
Madam Mayor, I rise to support the Labour budget. Unlike the opposition, who has shown in their amendments that they either agree with the majority of our budget or have no clue about what to do in the face of relentless cuts, Labour Group takes responsibility for the whole Council. For yet another year, we seek to minimise as much as possible the damage inflicted by the Tory government on our communities. It is not easy. In fact, it is now virtually impossible. No individual, family or organisation can have 60% of its budget removed and not be in serious trouble. Pretending everything can go on as if nothing has happened is the most cynical of Tory narratives, and as we know, there are plenty of those. The other is bleating about council tax rises. They are a deliberate government policy to shift the burden from national government to local taxpayers. Perhaps the Tory group would like to explain to us why we are the second worst funded Met in the country, along with 197 million cuts so far, with another 44 million to come over the next 2 years. That is the context of this budget. They seek to avoid talking about. Their pitiful amendment shows, let us all be clear where the blame lies for the financial position of this council and make sure that the people of Kirklees understand that when it comes to the election in May. We know that Tories want to reduce grant funding to councils to zero. That means, other than well-heeled Tory councils like Westminster, the rest will be bankrupt. Tory-controlled Northamptonshire is already there. The commissioners will move in, and the looters and privateers will asset strip what's left. Even in these difficult times, we want to continue to protect the most vulnerable, invest in our towns, villages and communities. In terms of housing growth, we continue to enable and develop a range of housing products to deliver housing growth and the long-term supply of the market and affordable housing. By maximising investment to help bring forward sites like Ashbrow, Bradley, Soot Hill, Style Common, by encouraging inclusive growth in town centre living, by creating a housing development company, by exploring joint ventures to provide extra care, by exploring other range of funding programmes to stimulate activity, including housing associations, and by our property investment fund to offer commercial loans to major regeneration projects. Places where we live are critical to our well-being. The 45 million investment is to regenerate the town centres. We will do this in partnership with businesses and local communities. We are working towards Huddersfield becoming a thriving town with a great cultural offer, excellent food, entertainment and architecture, a place where people live, work and play in their locality, as well as being able to access major cities. In Huddersfield, we have worked in partnership on the Palace Theatre, Standard House and empty clusters. Going forward, our focus will be on major investment in a library, museum and the piazza. Councils have little choice but to raise council tax. 5 years, says the Tory chair of the LGA. He warned ministers there cannot be a sustainable NHS without a sustainable social care system. There can be no such system without properly funding local councils who are at the forefront of social care system crisis. Why are the Tories not proposing a full adult social care then? Their amendment says they prioritise social care, except they don't. So if key Tory local government figures are sounding the alarm bells, why are the Tories in this chamber pretending the crisis does not exist? I ask Council to support this Labour budget proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Madam Mayor, I too support this budget. Even after so many years of austerity cuts, this government is still making harsh cuts that negatively impact on the citizens of Kirklees and those most in need. Madam Mayor, we know child poverty is on the increase. We know homelessness is on the rise. We know poor mental health is on the up, and people are having to make decisions between eating and heating. And the government initiatives like universal credit is causing endless misery in this town. Madam Mayor, only today a homeless man died yards from the Parliament doors. We know Kirklees Council remains one of the lowest funded councils, 7th out of 150 authorities, and we know this negative trend will continue. Only recently in the media we learned about the Tory-led council in Northamptonshire, the first council to admit bankruptcy because of a £10 million shortfall, the first council to issue a bankruptcy notice, a Section 114 notice in 2 decades, despite the council admitting the council does not have the resources to meet their responsibilities, so much so that the government must now intervene. Surrey Council, one of the richest counties, is more than 100 million in debt and are now eating into their reserves. And last year, Lancashire County Council published detailed research indicating that if pressures are not alleviated, Madam Mayor, they would also be bankrupt by 2020. The Local Government Association estimates that councils in England face an overall funding budget of funding gap, of 5.8 billion by 2020. Another survey conducted by the Local Government Information Unit think tank found that 80% of senior council officials had no confidence in the future sustainability of council's finances. And even though Sajid Javid, the Secretary for Communities and Local Government, announced an extra 150 million specifically for social care, council leaders say it is still not enough to meet the increasing demand. And in spite of this, this Tory government goes on to cut funding, our funding, of 197 million. And in spite of these pressures, our Kirklees Labour administration have put together a feasible, balanced budget. And of course, difficult decisions had to be made for the sustainability of Kirklees Council. Difficult decisions that may not suit everyone and in some instances unpopular. But it's important to note that this budget takes into serious consideration the welfare of the vulnerable and those most in need. Equality impact assessments were undertaken not only to meet the Council's statutory duty to promote equality of opportunity and protect characteristics, but also to safeguard those most in need and the well-being of the citizens of Kirklees. The equality impact assessment looked at who the budget would affect, how it would affect them, priority areas to be addressed, and how to mitigate and safeguard their interests in areas like the council tax reduction scheme, free burial for under-18s and other burial services, promotion of the living wage, and help for the NHS with the growing demand of the elderly population, just to name a few. Madam Mayor, just to elucidate, the council's budget includes efficiency savings, cuts to various services, and does include an increase in charges necessary to meet the council's responsibility. However, Madam Mayor, those most in need are protected and safeguarded. And for this reason, Madam Mayor, I support the budget proposal. Thank you.
Could I add that you are speaking to the Labour budget vote?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If Mrs May were to take up the offer of Thelma Walker, Cornwall Valley MP, to visit Kirklees, she would see HRI threatened with closure, Transpennine Express overcrowded, waiting for a decision on electrification, and the local council trying desperately to plug a yawning gap in funding for social care. I'm sure the contrast with her own constituency of Maidenhead and her authority of Berkshire couldn't be more striking. Maidenhead is situated at the commencement of the recently completed £15 million investment in Crossrail. Her immediate neighbours are Windsor and Ascot, and thus Berkshire is well capable of living off its own council tax and business rate. Even the Queen pays her dues to that authority. She doesn't actually, but it sounds good. She lives in Berkshire, Windsor. Yeah. Nonetheless, like all authorities, Berkshire struggles with the growing challenges of social care. If she comes to Kirklees, she would no doubt reluctantly admire the council's management of its affairs, despite a £200 million previous cut and £28 million more to come. And she would recognise that the council has applied what is in effect her precept on local taxpayers for social care as the government passes the burden of social care from the national government. But unlike Windsor, we'll not be fining rough sleepers. Rather, we will continue to house and support victims of what Mrs May describes as a broken housing system. If she looked at our budget, she would see a responsible administration prepared to invest in the long-term viability of its towns with a massive 45 million injection which will nurture its own prosperity and sustain local employment. She would also note it's based on prudent borrowing, which will feed back in enhanced business rate income and a larger council tax base related to our ambitious housing investment. If she were to reflect on today's budget proposals, she must sadly conclude, sadly from her own point of view, that only the Labour budget is strategic and reflecting an understanding of the Council's wider role relative to the health service and to the business community. She would have to concede the foresight of Labour and its strategic use of its own resources to invest in future sustainability. I'm sure she'd applaud the effective response to the challenge of an ageing population and associated threat to the acute NHS services. But she'd be saddened to see the opposite in local Tory priorities, which would delay the take-up on the precept offer and which would divert resources from town centres whose decline they bemoan in order to spend more on parochial ward priorities and quick fixes to delay inevitable restructuring on the library. So this is not. This is.
Are you speaking?
No, it's.
Can I ask you to clarify? You are speaking to the Labour.
I am definitely speaking. I'm supporting why we should support the Labour the Labour budget. And finally, I would wonder what advice she might give to her Kirklees counterparts. Would she ignore the long-term future needs and viability of the borough, and would she resist the temptation to play to the gallery and ignore the consequences? But who can know the mindset of Tories, whether it's national or local? I move to support the Labour budget.
Thank you, Councillor McBride. Councillors.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kirklees has been hit hard by austerity measures which have led to cuts to many services, significant job losses and overall fall in the level of services we are able to provide. Since 2010, the government has cut £200 million off our budget in Kirklees. Like all communities in north of England, Kirklees Council is outraged at the disproportionate level of cuts when compared to affluent authorities in the south, such as Windsor, Maidenhead and Hampshire. Instead of raising taxation in a fair and progressive way and attempting to reduce the unfair distribution of wealth, the Conservative government is proposing a rise in the cost of social care, which is affecting the elderly and vulnerable. In Kirklees, the demand for adult social care has risen significantly, placing increased challenges and responsibility on healthcare professionals. The proposed transformation programme for adult social care will bring about sustainable change in the way adult social care is delivered. In Kirklees, we share the current demographic in Britain of an ageing population. Therefore, there is a need to adapt our services to the need of the elderly. The government is using a sticking plaster to cover a major crisis in adult social care and NHS, and other political parties are compounding this problem locally. Our budget seeks to provide for the most vulnerable people in Kirklees and develop improved services to reduce future demands on both social care and healthcare services. Our Labour group are proposing an adult social care precept of 3%, whereas the Conservatives have delayed this increase and are proposing a 2% increase in 2018 and 2019. By deferring the 1% rise, they are saying we don't need the money now. This is playing pure politics with people's lives, well-being and health. This delaying tactic is irresponsible, as we have all argued for more money to be brought forward for adult social care to relieve pressures on the NHS and the wider health services. If we fail to invest in the vulnerable sections of the community now, the cost to society will be astronomical. We are being proactive in this approach to safeguard everyone. I am delighted to say in Kirklees the Labour group has developed a budget that supports more people to support independence and that they can live in their lives as they choose. It supports the NHS and fits in with our principles protecting the most vulnerable, shaping early intervention and prevention, including support for learning disabilities and mental health services. Batley and Spen Hub has been set up. This will maximise resources and reduce duplication, supporting people across a greater range of issues impacting on their lives, as well as their health and well-being. Without the proposed investment in adult social care, in this budget, our health services in Kirklees would be even under greater pressure. Labour's vision is to put the welfare of our residents at the heart of everything we do. Kirklees has not used its reserves, which means the Labour administration is making use of the limited resources and planning ahead and making provision for the future in the event that contingency funds are required to combat unforeseen events. The investment proposed in this budget supports partnership working, integrated working and sustainable services. Madam Mayor, I therefore support the Labour budget.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Can I just remind... Sorry, yes, Councillor Sheard.
It's reasonable to let people make their speeches without chuntering. Can I make the point that if we are obviously defending our motion, which we believe in, it's quite valid to contrast that with people who don't believe in it. And it's quite a valid debating point. And the petty sort of scribbling that's coming from across the room shows that people do not understand what debate is about. Let people have the say. You've got your chance to have your say, and let's get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Sheard.
The reason why you were right, because members should not be referring to any amendments, is because until they are proposed and seconded, no one knows whether they will be tabled.
The speakers have referred to the Tory amendment. If they were just referring to something like the 2% or 3%, I could accept what you're saying. But the reason we're chunching is because they've actually used the words, the Tory amendment. So they are referring to an amendment that's not been tabled.
Carry on, please.
Right, we'll carry on then, please, but do... Councillor Sokol.
Yeah, it's okay now. I will avoid to speak on the amendments. Okay, my speech is very simple. Okay, I don't think so. People are knowingly spoken on or include amendments. No, Madam Mayor, I'm speaking in support of our Labour Group proposed budget. Over the year, the Tory government has cut 197 million of our budget. This year, we had to make 54 million, and we continue to face budget cut from government in future. Next year, we will have to cut at least 28 million, and year after 16 million, which is in year 2019 and 20. Tory government told us to increase our council tax due to them wanting local taxpayer to fund councils. This shift burden from the Tory government to local councils, such like us here. Madam Mayor, in spite of these drastic cuts, our budget is very positive to protect the most disadvantaged people, invest in people and places, and clean up our places as well. Labour budget got some priority to invest in our town. in North Kirklees, we are investing in leisure center 13 million, which is in Spen Valley. We are investing in new modern leisure center, Spen Valley Pool, to serve the community in North Kirklees, providing access to range of supporting health activities for people of all ages and abilities. This is in the area. Listen me, both sides. This is in the area of Tory and Lib Dem. I'm pointing to this side and that side. That area is mainly in Tory and Liberal Dem. Point to both sides. You should be grateful to Labour group who is looking after the well-being of your resident. You should be grateful. Both sides, that should be there. Right. In town center, sorry, Madam Mayor, sorry. Town center, we will invest in art, cultural activity, making best use of our artifact, heritage and streetscape. In Dewsbury, the town park through art installation and streetscape around town hall. Over the year, Tories and Green were accusing us for not spending much in our towns and villages, but now they say don't spend much in town center. I don't want to say much bit more on this one. I'm very careful. We are going to review the bus lane. We are going to review the bus lane in our town to improve the traffic flow of public transport, reducing congestion, improving air quality. Madam Mayor, this is one of the best Labour budget our leadership and cabinet work hard to produce. I will ask all the members from cross-political party to vote for the Labour group budget tonight in the best interest of our Kirklees resident. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we need to look at this budget in the context of the huge reductions central government have made to our funding in recent years. As colleagues have already said, that's £197 million since 2010, and reductions of £44 million are laid out for the next 2 years in this budget. The idea that we get from Tory ministers on TV from Westminster that this can somehow be achieved by making efficiencies and tweaks, to me just seems to be totally devoid of reality. We also need to think about the decisions being made by the government in Westminster that directly or indirectly, drive up demand for council services in Kirklees. And I'm thinking of the lack of proper investment in the NHS, the changes to disability assessments and payments, and the ill-advised rollout of universal credit. These policies are having a detrimental impact on many people in Kirklees, and it's clear to me that they create more pressure on council services, particularly children's services and adult social care, with more people living in poverty and so on. Faced with this backdrop, I think we should be showing appreciation to the Cabinet and all those involved in the Council who have made sure that we've delivered the savings that we're required to make. In fact, it's important that it's required because we do not have any other option but to do this. And that's meant that we're not in the position of being unable to balance our budget. In fact, we're in a position where whilst there's still some difficult decisions to be made, we can also set out some positive investments in key areas. For the last couple of years that I've been in this chamber, we've discussed a number of important issues. But there have been a couple of issues that have come up on multiple occasions where there's been cross-party interest and discussion. The first one is the future of our town centres. We've discussed at length the reduction in trade in some parts of Huddersfield town centre, the fact that our main centres could be helped by a bit of a facelift, and generally what the future of our town centres will be. This budget has a positive message that we're going to invest in our town centres, we're going to make them more vibrant, particularly with investment in heritage, arts and cultural events. To me this is really important because most people in Kirklees don't have engagement with the council services on a regular day-to-day basis, other than the obvious bin collections and so on. But one thing most people do is use the town centres, so making them more lively and vivacious can only be a good thing for everyone in Kirklees. We should also remember that the government wants councils to essentially be financially self-sufficient. If we want to be successful in this, then we need to make Kirklees an attractive place for businesses and individuals to invest and be based. And surely this has to start with our town centres. The second thing that I think we all agree is crucial is adult social care. And we know that the government think this is crucial too. If you haven't noticed before, when the government give us an extra option to raise council tax, that's their way of saying, we know there's a problem, but we don't want to make the decision. We want to kick that ball over to you to make the tough decisions and that are going to have an impact on the public. We need to make sure that investment in social care happens now, so we can make the structural and transformational changes needed for us to have an effective service for the future. When we see the crisis in the NHS, we know unless we have an efficient, effective social care system that is genuinely integrated and working together with the NHS, we are not going to have something that is fit to look after vulnerable people in Kirklees for the years to come. Whilst I'd love for us to be able to have the finances to do more in this budget, we just don't have that option available to us. In my view, this budget proposal balances the need to be fiscally responsible with making significant investment in key areas. I'll be supporting the budget proposal and I hope other members will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Homewood. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too rise to speak to the Labour budget. Much of what I want to say has already been said, but I think it's important enough to reiterate a few points. Our budget this year is a positive one. It not only protects the vulnerable via our social services for adults and children, but we have also prioritised the need to maintain the fabric of our town centres and villages across Kirklees. We have put £45 million in capital and revenue into this year's budget in order to ensure that we have welcoming town centres which, to quote the people that have already said, are vibrant and industrious, busy town centres. More importantly, perhaps, though, we have listened. We have been listening to what people have told us, both the public and our partners, about the state of our town centres and the need to keep our town centres attractive, to maintain their fabric and to improve the provision of services and retail opportunities within them. We can, of course, only do this at the expense of other services that we provide, but this year we have felt it's an absolute imperative to prioritise the fabric of town centres. This will enable existing businesses to continue to flourish, new businesses to develop, provide support to other developments happening within our towns and villages, and to support, more importantly, perhaps our partners, such as the university, Kirklees College, and of course the football team. Not that I support them. Well, I do support them, but I'm not a football fan. We need to be there. We need to be able to welcome their customers to our town, for them to enjoy their experience here, and for them to return time and time again, each time investing in our businesses and our people. And it's a two-way thing. We will all be gaining from increasing footfall and visitors to our town centre. So this is an invest to save budget. Not only do we prioritise intervention and prevention for our young people and when it comes to adult social care, but now it is time to use the same strategy on the fabric of our towns and villages. We have done this because we recognise its importance, despite the fact that we are losing yet another £28 million this coming year on top of the £197 that we've already lost from central government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pattison. Councillor D. Hall.
Well, Madam Mayor, hasn't Spencer been busy? I do know that Councillor McBride writes a lot of his own stuff. Unfortunately, I can see in his spidery handwriting that the bit he kept making reference to Berkshire Council, which hasn't been in existence since 1998. Madam Mayor, we now have elected leaders with 4-year terms. and consequently we don't have many opportunities for a set-piece debate on political priorities. And the budget meeting is probably the closest we get. Councillor Pando made a speech, but didn't say very much. But this is the big opportunity for the Labour administration to put forward its dynamic direction of travel, show some imagination, show some innovation, communicate its vision for Kirklees and for its towns and villages. And it reveals an awful lot about this Labour administration that this budget is lacking in all these areas. Firstly, it's lacking in ambition. What is the direction of travel for the borough? Where is the administration thoughts on where do we want to be at the end of the budget period? Where is the vision for our towns and villages? Throwing money at the problem without strategic plans being in place is no solution for struggling town centres. Refurbishing old buildings at council expense will not achieve anything. It's lacking in imagination. Where are the innovative ways to raise revenue or to cut costs? Nowhere to be seen. We get the same old story: council tax up by the maximum allowed, parking charges up, and cut frontline services. The budget is lacking in challenge. There's no evidence anywhere that the Labour Cabinet have put any thought or effort into coming up with a budget that achieves any aims other than let's let things tick over for another year or two. It's as though no one from the Cabinet at all has had any political steer over the process. And finally, it's lacking in trying to resolve residents' concerns. How does this budget address people's genuine concerns about the state of their local roads and paths, the cleanliness of their neighbourhoods, the attractiveness of their town or village as a place to work or shop, or the threat of closure of their libraries? It is entirely ignorant of these concerns. All in all, a lacklustre budget by a lacklustre cabinet. But it's worse than that, Madam Mayor, because the administration has had more money to play with than they anticipated this year. They have chosen not to use all the one-off funds available from the City Region Business Rates pool. Over £1 million not being used.
Yes, Councillor Sheard.
If anyone turns to page 8 of our budget, on 329.
Could we just speak? Let Councillor Sheard. Councillor Bolt, let Councillor Sheard speak. He is about to, Councillor Bolt.
I am going to point to me, Madam Mayor. This is
Councillor Bolt, please sit down.
I think it's important, Madam Mayor. We've just had two people stood up and talked about not addressing the budget, without declaring what their point, which standing order they were referring to. So Councillor Bolt's doing his normal thing, but the Council Hall specifically said we should address the budget, and that's what we're talking about now. If you turn to page 8 of our budget, which we're supposed to be addressing, item 329. As it's extremely important. 329 clearly states the advice we were given when this budget was published that we didn't know what the pool money would be. And we couldn't put it in the budget because we didn't know what it was. And that's the advice we were given. Now, if someone is given... So that is not in our budget. Now, if they're I think it is important, Madam Mayor, because we were told, we specifically asked to change our budget because of new information. We were not allowed to do so.
Is that a clarification, Councillor Sheard?
The Council is not speaking to our budget because it quite clearly says in our budget that that's what it does not know about, so it can't respect. Page 8329.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The administration have directed that £9 million of MRP money is placed in balances, and other groups have been denied the opportunity or the political choice to use any of it. We are to receive another £1 million from funding from the government for social care. But it's even worse than that, Madam Mayor, because the administration has 9 paid cabinet members, and for advice, a chief executive, 4 directors, numerous service directors and thousands of staff to help them formulate their big picture. And given these advantages and the windfalls, this could have been a win-win budget all round. An opportunity to keep council tax low while improving services and even returning some funds to balances. A veritable... Oh, for goodness sake, David. Shut up.
Councillor Hall, you're not talking...
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hall, you're not talking about the Labour budget now.
I am talking about the Labour budget myself. But it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that, Madam Mayor. This could have been a veritable Pandora's box. And instead, we've got Pandora's box. The SOS budget, same old stuff. Same old cutting frontline services, same old underinvestment in roads and pavements, same old chucking money at problems without putting plans in place. Of course I am, Madam Mayor. I know. Same old ratcheting up the council tax as much as they possibly can, same old Labour. This is no way to plan the council's finances, Madam Mayor. On my scorecard, this budget gets a D for direction, an E for effort, and, well, for F, you can make up your own minds, I suggest flipping useless. We have a cabinet who are paid to be stewards of public money and to sort out this council's finances, and year on year they underperform woefully. Not only should we be throwing out this budget, we should be throwing out the whole cabinet with it.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Cooper.
The question we all have on Valentine's budget night is, will Shabba be Mr Loverman for the people of Kirklees tonight? Hey, some of you got that. The most controversial aspect of his budget is the 6% increase in council tax. This council tax increase is at the funding limit set by national government. And as we know, they are not particularly generous people. And there is a pretty basic question to ask, which is, why did government cut Kirklees revenue support grants so much, then give us permission to ask for a small proportion of it back from the council taxpayer? It's all about literally passing the buck, passing the blame and hoping local people will fall for it. Sadly, many will. The reality is that government hold the purse strings and provide centralised control over how Kirklees can and cannot use the money that local people pay to them through their taxes. Call that localism, call that local democracy. You can if you want, but it strikes me that it wasn't Brussels that we needed to take back control from, but Westminster. So why have so many of us suggest a 5% increase in council tax instead of 6%? Well, for one thing, that is the limit of the flexibility we have without further cutting services for local people or cutting the capacity of the council has to draw in external funding, except the Conservatives have cut our capacity to draw in resources from outside in their short-sighted amendment. The other reason we have gone for 5% and 6% is because Labour has identified a town centre's budget pot with headings but has no plans to deliver this programme. In short, Labour has a pot but no plot. There will be slippage in Labour's supposed programme because of the short timescales and the lack of anything like a strategy for delivering it in the coming financial years. If we are to have successful master planning for town centres, then we should take the advice of Mr John Legend and his ballad Ordinary People. Maybe we should take it slow. We need to be considered, consult the wisdom of our partners in the business and community sectors. The timescales implied here do not show that. The ability of the council to deliver is limited by the limited officer capacity within the council. Even the recruitment wired into Labour's funding pot for town centres, there is a delay as new council staff come into post. I can imagine them saying, what are we supposed to be doing? Well, we haven't worked that out yet. That's your first job. You ain't going to spend the money you've asked for, which makes it difficult to convincingly go to people and ask for more. There is a fundamental problem when you simply have a pot but no plot. So the budget, like many other things, demonstrates ambition, which can be a positive thing, but lacks credibility, substance and leadership. And this council sorely needs that. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Scott.
This is not written by Spencer, by the way. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to welcome this Labour budget. Members of the Chamber, you will remember back in September 2017, there was a cross-party consensus in supporting adult social care, and it was the right thing to do. Many of us in this chamber today can quote from personal experience of supporting a family member in this area. We cannot escape the fact that demand is growing and there is pressures on the system, and this has a huge impact on people in Kirklees and this council. The responsibility not only falls on the individuals, but their families and also the council yet again in all major areas. There is a reminder to us all in September 2017 that adult social care, unlike any other service like NHS care, is not free at the point of delivery. Adult social care not only covers nursing, residential, respite and domiciliary care, but it offers a range of services that it delivers that isn't charged for. This ranges from advice, information, assessment, out-of-hour services and reviews. I could go on forever with this, but someone's got to pay for it. It's not covered by tax or national insurance or your council tax. The funding we receive from the government does not cover all of this. This council has to fund the entire shortfall. Yes, this budget does carry a risk, but for the right reasons. We care about the people in Kirklees. We are doing a good job, contrary to what you might be saying, but the increased demand and the legislation changes, the introduction of the Care Act, and whilst it gave us new duties to this council, it also added pressures because of all the extended responsibilities that we had to take on. We want to build extra care housing, supported accommodation to meet the needs of our communities. We want a person-centred approach to services, ensuring that we're receiving the right care, the right time and in the right place. Adult social care remains the greatest long-term pressures for all the councils across this country. 38% of them in this country are putting it top of their list. 40% of them expect to see their reduction in adult social care activity this year due to financial constraints. Although the announcement for a £150 million adult social care grant in 2018-19 was welcomed by the sector, across the country the fundamental resourcing remains an issue. That is why here in Kirklees we need to make a cultural shift of what we and how we do things. Councillors here today need to get a better understanding in this area. That is why we are supporting a strengths-based approach. Adult social care nationally needs a sustainable solution, and until then, we have to pick up the pieces here in Kirklees and support the people of Kirklees. That's why I'm supporting this Labour budget. It's committed to supporting adult social care, and I know my fellow members of the Labour Party here today are also supporting it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor J.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whilst not surprised by Labour's budget proposals, it's hard not to be hugely disappointed by them. This is yet another year of slash and tax, which seems to be the default approach by this failing Labour administration. If they did have anything about them, they would have looked at the finances of the Council in a more imaginative and positive manner, as the three main opposition parties have done. And whilst I don't agree with all the content of them, it is clear they have sought, where possible, to mitigate the worst of the impacts on our residents. I have often said in this chamber and elsewhere that this Labour administration clearly has no vision for our district. But it's also clear from these budget proposals that it has no idea how to manage finances either. All of the opposition proposals have taken advantage of the additional £1.6 million this year, which the Chancellor kindly made available to us. Yes, the Conservative Chancellor, by including us in the 100% business rate retention scheme pilot. This Labour Cabinet could have used that extra money to reduce the increase in council tax for this year, delaying 1% of the increase to next year, and so impacting less on people's pockets. But no, they, as expected, are grasping for the full 6%.
Councillor Taylor, the money you're speaking about is not in the Labour budget, apparently.
It is. The 1.6 million is in the Labour budget, but the 6% increase is, which I'm talking about. So I will reiterate, they could have impacted less on people's pockets, but no, they are, as expected, grasping for the full 6%. And will no doubt be on the doorsteps telling people that this is the government's fault. Plainly, that would be untrue, as there was an alternative. In fact, their proposals don't address this source of funding at all, which by default will increase our reserves. The Labour administration is also sitting on a second unexpected bonus, which is worth 9.1 million a year for the next 10 years, as a result of some technical changes to the Treasury management policies on provisions, which are tabled this evening. And rather than using a proportion of that money to support services they claim they have to cut, they're squirreling all of that money away into reserves. Only a small proportion of that could have been used to offset some of the cuts that they are proposing. We had intended to use a small proportion of this in our proposals, but were told by officers we could not. Whilst I understand the reticence of officers, I believe that this is an overtly pessimistic view and could have been challenged by the Labour administration had they the ambition. Not satisfied with extracting the maximum they could from taxpayers via council tax, Labour also bring forward proposals that would increase or extend car parking charges. It is interesting that in their budget they claim it will be a review and they have no plan on what they intend to do, yet they know to the penny how much they would raise incrementally over the next few years. A cynic might doubt that they don't know what they intend to do, given their accuracy with the amounts. It's just they don't want to tell us before the elections in May. They then also plan on introducing more bus gates, although this time they call it bus lane charges, once more putting people in jeopardy of fines if they make a mistake. So yet another ploy by McBride and his colleagues to kill off the town centres. And finally, libraries. I'm sure members would be disappointed if I didn't mention this. The fact that this administration hasn't taken the opportunity to look again at their plans to slash library budgets leads me to believe that they don't understand the broader role that libraries play in communities and the way in which they support the early intervention and prevention agenda. As someone who volunteers in libraries, I see the breadth of activities that they support, from providing advice and help to vulnerable and isolated people to the linkages between local schools and libraries in terms of curriculum. They don't see the role that libraries perform as safe community spaces and the range of interventions that they enable, from knit and natter groups to Lego clubs and craft workshops. With a positive ambition and fulsome support from the Cabinet, they could do so much more of this, working with the Community Plus teams. The recent work on social isolation and loneliness, which was supported by Joe Cox, clearly shows a growing problem, and one which libraries are a crucial role in mitigating. And I still do not understand how this Labour administration can think closing them is the right thing to do. But it does seem to be a Labour thing. There's been a stream of good news stories about libraries recently coming out of Lancashire, with libraries reopening. And why, you ask? That's because Lancashire...
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Your 5 minutes is up. Thank you, Councillor. Your 5... You've had your... Count... Time... Switch it off. It's off. Thank you, Nicola.
I thought we were operating a code of conduct that is respectful to you, and that we're not having this all night and then jumping in, harassing it and bullshitting in this place.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. Right, can we continue now? Well, I must admit, I do expect better behaviour. When your time is up, your time is up. So please behave and take advantage of O'Donovan.
Thank you. I'm sure I can be much more better behaved than that, Madam Mayor. I'm just so pleased that we had a reference to Shabba Ranks tonight. I never expected to hear that. That's a blast from my younger days. Just want to add a little bit of context to tonight, because I think there are some that have short memories. Some will remember last year we heard of the 150 million transition grant from the government. We heard that Surrey, Kent, Hampshire, Buckinghamshire, West Sussex, Essex and Hertfordshire all got 114 million of that last year, leaving only 36 million in 16-17 for all the other local authorities. It's interesting reading. We learned last year that those local authorities were Conservative authorities. We also learned that they were covered by Tory constituencies. Last year we also heard of the Rural Services Delivery Grant, a new one, which was raised from 15.5 million in 15-16 to 80 million in 16-17. The government said on this delivery grant that it would use census data to target this in the most sparsely populated local authorities in the country. Sparsely populated area, more money, sounds like it makes perfect sense, Madam Mayor, that doesn't it? And some local authorities undoubtedly have benefited from both of those grants. So, Madam Mayor, what about a transition grant that benefits the areas with the highest levels of poverty, or deprivation, or health inequalities even, or educational inequalities? Maybe the Conservatives could bring up Chris Grayling or somebody, Jeremy Hunt maybe, to talk about that as a pressing need in Kirklees. But no, I think Chris Grayling came to talk about highways, so thanks for that. This year, we hear that the Conservative-run Surrey Council and Northamptonshire councils are at a cliff edge in terms of balancing their budgets. The government have bailed out Stagecoach and Virgin Trains after they walked away from the East Coast franchise. So it seems that money is available somewhere in government, but just not for us. I'm surprised, actually, that the Lib Dems and the Conservatives are actually here tonight, because we all remember last year when both groups failed to table a budget amendment, yet we'd heard from Councillor Hall already how important it is to table budget amendments on the one night of the year that we can do that. Yet last year they weren't very forthcoming. So rhetoric not quite matching the actions, Madam Mayor. I consider that complete letdown for the communities that you represent. Anyway, thankfully, it seems that the Labour group have been pragmatic and for the sake of the local authority and its residents. The cuts in funding you see before you are absolutely not what this group wishes or even wants. This is a budget based on realism and what's necessary to balance the books and to make sure that we meet our statutory requirements and our core service requirements. It's based on almost £200 million worth of cuts to our revenue service grants since 2010-11. But I am pleased to say that, yet again, the Labour group have promised to invest in Dewsbury, not only in terms of street cleansing, but in terms of regen, the railway station, and a continued investment in the two college sites. I'm disappointed, but yet not surprised, by the Conservatives and Lib Dems, who seem not to want to protect Dewsbury. And we've seen it in many budget meetings over the years where the action plans for the Dewsbury and Huddersfield town centres have been cut. Clearly, they have no interest in our town, and I just wonder whether their election candidates upcoming know about that. Now, contrary to popular belief, the local authority has no control over the free market economy. Likewise, we have no control over the spirit of entrepreneurialism. But it certainly does have the control over and it doesn't have control over the lending conditions of the banks. But what we do have the control over is creating the right environment when entrepreneurs and businesses become attracted to Dewsbury. We also have a tie from Dewsbury, from West Yorkshire Police, who've had a crackdown recently on antisocial behaviour in the town. The relentless work by members and officers over the last few years puts Dewsbury at the beginning of something great. Why, we even have a Costa in Dewsbury, Madam Mayor. So I tip my metaphorical decaf skinny latte to Dewsbury, and I reluctantly support my group's proposal.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donovan. I am now going to adjourn the meeting for a short period. We will reconvene again in 20 minutes and we will continue to debate the Labour motion. We have made a note of the people who wish to speak. Right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, again, can I just say that your behaviour has not been absolutely amazing, so I really would appreciate much better behaviour in this next session from everybody. Thank you. Starting where we left off, so Councillor Sims.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. In 30 years of being a Kirklees councillor, I have never seen a budget more deliberately set for election purposes, like this one. Cutting the services most needed, it affects the most vulnerable in our society, young, old and infirm. You blame the nasty Conservative government. I've made you do it. They don't decide where to make savings and cuts. You do. You are always permanently pleading poverty. Even when we had a wonderful, can-do, no-wrong Labour government, a bit of history for you now, 2000 to 2010, you put up the council tax by a staggering 47.4%. And even when you were in power, you hadn't enough money. 2012 to 13, the Conservative government forced a nil rise. But to date, you've still put up the council tax 24% overall since then. You never have enough money because of mismanagement. Example, children's services, 8 million and counting. Paying Leeds City to run our services for the next few years. You identified savings, 2015, 16 and 17. Departments under your control failed to make them. I could go on. How come our neighbouring councils continue to expand and flourish under the same constraints? Barnsley, new library. Wakefield, shopping centre, new business parks and trading estates. Leeds, shopping centres, event centre. Bradford, new shopping centre. Calderdale, Peace-Hall regeneration, and new roads. You don't hear them moaning, talking themselves down in public. They are open for business and get on with it. What do we get from our council? Pitted pothole roads, pavements in disrepair, sky-high parking charges and fines, bus lane fines, scruffy town centres and unkempt parks, closed libraries, public toilets and decimation of all our frontline services. It's not money, it's mismanagement. You've mismanaged. I will not be supporting your budget, and I think the public out there have started to realise that what you're doing, the Labour Council, is screwing them for your own political gains. And this is what that budget is all about. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to resist the temptation to profess gratitude to Councillor Sokol for Labour's budget, but there's a nice point anyway. Firstly, we've heard talk of strategic investment in town centres. This almost sounds positive, so we need to put this into context. This is the same group that introduced and steadfastly refused to remove bus gates. Car parking charges have increased in the Labour budget. How will this increase the attractiveness of town centres as a place to visit and therefore increase footfall, the absolute necessity for business? We've heard of Northamptonshire County Council several times. I'm not going to defend Northamptonshire County Council. A badly run council is a badly run council. And let us be absolutely clear, Kirklees is a badly run council. Year after year, this administration has balanced the books by using the reserves The earlier you plan, the more of a smooth introduction of any required cuts. They could have saved several £1 million had the refuse reconfiguration taken place years earlier. This is just one example. Could it be that the constant infighting for leadership challenges, the suspensions, council tax gate, car park gate, has affected the administration's focus on the job at hand? Or could it be simply that they just don't get it? We've heard mention of Tory councils and Tory constituencies. And the business rate pilot, this was available to all councils. And this was available to Kirklees Council, and the leader chose not to take this up. We've heard the familiar lines. I'm just waiting for him to finish shouting. Thank you. All right, thank you. We've heard the familiar lines about everything being the nasty Tories' fault. Austerity, lack of funds. Just let us be clear, austerity is not an ideology. It's a necessity forced upon the country by the financial black hole left by the last Labour government. Just waiting for this to finish ranting. The deficit is reducing, but it's not gone. And debt continues to rise. I find it absolutely immoral to ignore this and keep on borrowing for now and making my kids' generation pay for this. I cannot support the budget. I believe this budget is a failure for the people of Kirklees, and I urge all of the parties to reject it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Enter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, you might be surprised to hear that actually I support the spending in your Labour budget on adult social care and wouldn't want to take any of that away from anybody. I support the spending and investment in children's services, much needed money to improve the pace of change and to support vulnerable people, something that the Liberal Democrats support. We would also support the town centre feasibility money. Our town centres are very much in need of renovation and change. What we don't support is tying up revenue now on that spending when we don't have a proper plan. Let's do the feasibility study. I know it's capital, but we can use the money that we don't use on borrowing in revenue. So let's have a proper plan, a proper costed plan, so we know how much it's going to cost and who we can work with and which partners we can work with. So there is a lot that we can accept in the Labour budget. However, there is some things in there that we cannot accept. The swinging cuts on libraries, for example. Libraries, as we'll talk about later, play an important part in early intervention and prevention, and indeed supporting the adult social care and children's services. And cutting spending in those places will mean that libraries will inevitably have to close. And sometimes that might be the only council or community building in an area and in a locality. So we can't support that. The other thing we can't support is the number of reviews and consultations. It's a budget full of reviews, and unfortunately, that means we don't know what the plan is. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to agree spending, and then we're going to look at it. And as we've seen, that's not a good way of doing things, because then we get to a decision, such as in the burial services, that has to be deferred for further money to be found. That shows, in my opinion, a lack of leadership and a lack of vision. Shabir talked about investment, vision, leadership and creativity. 4 words that are easy to say, but without actually demonstrating how. How are we actually going to do that, Shabir? You spoke for 4 minutes, 18 seconds, because I was timing it so John would know how long he had for our amendment. 4 minutes, 18 seconds, you said absolutely nothing, sadly. Councillor Mather, you talked about housing developments at Ashbrow and Soot Hill. It's now over 3 years since this council decided to do that. 3 years where vulnerable people have not had houses to live in Kirklees. Why haven't we pushed the pace of these developments? And now we have £1.2 million of right-to-buy money that's at risk of being sent back to the government because we haven't done what we needed to do to get those developments. I accept what you say about the 1.6 million and you're not being aware of the Leeds City Region money, Councillor Sheard. Well, you're aware of it now, today. So we actually have an opportunity today, if we all vote against this budget, to sit round a table and incorporate that money in a proposal that we can all buy into. So if we vote down this budget, then that's what we can do. But anybody who decides today to sit on their hands is effectively voting for this budget and for the cuts in their libraries.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. Councillor Palfrey.
It might come over better. Madam Mayor, I recall the days when the proposer of the budget motion spoke at some length, explaining the reasons behind the proposals and how they fitted into the future strategy of the Council. But not today. And that's the problem with this budget. It reflects the character of its proposer. Confused, short-sighted and wrong. Confused because he talks about helping communities whilst withdrawing the council from the very areas it claims to help. For example, savings in the library service will threaten the future of Birstall Library in my ward, only one of only 2 council facilities in the whole ward. It recognises that parking charges will have an effect on the economy and vibrancy of town and village centres, yet clearly hints that car parking charges are to be introduced into those very centres. Without saying how the Council intends to protect the economic vitality of a village where, in our example, local members, in partnership with traders, have worked for over a decade to achieve one of the highest footfalls in North Kirklees, despite the recent closures of the public toilets, the market and the release of the community centre. It's short-sighted because, like many other major Labour proposals, it fails to look to the future. For example, the pilot retaining business rates. Surely this budget should have underpinned proposals which attract business into the borough and make provision for what we hope will be additional income. Not only does it fail to do that, but in Labour's local plan they want to go the opposite way by developing a traveller site in the middle of the Junction 27 business park, the very area which provides more income to the council than any other with the exception of Huddersfield Town Centre, and includes by far the highest single contributor of business rates in Kirklees. That's the type of foresight we're being offered today. So what should I tell the people of Birstall, Berkhamshire and East Bailey about this budget? Well, happily I can tell them there's both good and bad news. Although their council tax is going up again, local facilities will close. And once more, under Labour, they'll get less for more. But they shouldn't despair. As their libraries close, potholes multiply, and grass grows, reserves are actually being increased, so that in the future more can be shifted to Labour's pet projects in Dewsbury and Huddersfield. And oh yes, I'll tell them the council has to pay interest on a debt of £575 million, over £100 million of which is down to the so-called free money borrowed to finance Labour's PFI schemes.
Madam Mayor, there's a strong rumour that the Council might have a new leader after May, and that this budget represents the Kirklees version of Labour's Got Talent. Well, if these proposals represent future proposals for the whole borough, I'm afraid that for one person, this audition has failed. Had I had the opportunity, I wouldn't pander to his ambitions, and certainly I won't be supporting his budget.
Thank you, Councillor Poultry, and Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've heard lots of promises and lots of good things are going to happen, unfortunately with very little substance. No detailed plans, lacking a strategic approach, which we need. Labour members took it in turn to speak about investment. Investment at ward level, investment in our communities. But what does this really mean? It probably means more reviews, more consultations, and that's where the investment will go. Labour members spoke about cuts in funding but couldn't agree on a figure, as each one in turn banded about different figures, just making it up as they go along. Now there is extra finances. It's been saved for a rainy day while it rains. With very little detail, one can only assume the details will become clearer after May. Bereavement services, car parking charges, bus lanes, more library closures. There was talk about increased footfall into our town centre, thanks to our Premier League team, and lots of people coming in to visit our town. Lots of people in the town centre, but what about the people who sleep in our doorways? What about the homeless and the rough sleepers? What are we doing for them? But this budget isn't without some of the positives, and that is what I would agree with, most importantly, the adult social care and the investment in children's services.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I wish you happy Valentine's Day. It's not a great way to spend the evening, and I'm not feeling too much love in this chamber, but there we are.
Could I point out that that's the first one I've had? Thank you, Councillor Kendrick.
I'm standing to support the Labour Party's budget, but I want to focus on one very particular bit of it because I'm not sure everybody in this chamber understands what it is. And I'm particularly pleased in the budget to see the Transformation Fund as an investment in this budget. I'm particularly pleased because the work that's already been done in adult social care under the previous transformation work has already paid dividends. Adult social care has already achieved 75% of the predicted savings from this work, much earlier than expected. So you might ask, why then am I keen to see further investment in transformation? And it's because social care is a growing and continual need. Because without improvements and interventions, this authority, like all authorities in this country, will end up in financial crisis, unable to meet the needs of their residents. It's often difficult for us all as taxpayers, council taxpayers, to recognise the scale of need to provide services for vulnerable people. That is, until it's our parent, our grandparent, who needs help with washing, dressing and toileting, till it's our child with disabilities, special needs, who needs support in accessing early years services and continuing into education, until it's our neighbour who can no longer manage in their own home and needs extra care housing. And it's very easy to say, oh, they're putting my council tax up and I'm getting nothing from it. We do get something from it, but there are some very vulnerable people who need it more than we do. Let's not forget that. The new transformation investment for this coming year also means we'll be able to move further forward with health and social care integration and help relieve some of the pressures and demands faced by our hospitals. Nearly everybody, as far as I'm aware, in this room has supported our local hospitals, is concerned about what's happening with them. This money is essential to help that by widening the provision of respite care, ensuring the provision of intermediate beds so people can come out of hospital when they need to. Delaying any funds for adult social care would be at best unwise and at worst foolhardy. And I actually welcome the money just announced of 1.6 million from the business rates pool, because I know this administration is going to also put that in our adult social care. Let's be clear about that. And as for grasping, as Councillor Taylor mentioned, we all still pay the same rate of income tax, national insurance, VAT on everything we touch, buy, do. That goes into the central government, who now give out much, much less to local councils. I know who's grasping. As for SOS, I think that's a really pertinent tag to put on this budget. It's save our souls, save our vulnerable people in Kirklees. Let's be clear about that. And I'm sorry Councillor Sims cannot see why we need to invest in children's services. I do think perhaps he needs some briefing to help him understand that. And as for Councillor Smith's black hole, I've just had a look at the current national debt, and the numbers, the figures are so big, I can only come up with it's nearly 2 trillion, and it goes up quicker than a second. Therefore, having ranted on a bit, I'm pleased that we've taken out the adult social care precept of 3%, because I believe it's the right thing to do, as we did last year, and I support the Labour Party budget.
Thank you, Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've listened carefully to the Labour group speakers. I've heard them talk about the impact on vulnerable people. I've not heard them talk much about vulnerable children. They know that their handling of children's services means Kirklees Council's children's services is now officially worse than Rotherham. And this failure will cost the council nearly £8 million a year more. Kirklees Labour takes sole responsibility for this failure. This failure contributes to the council tax increase. That has to be remembered. They won't talk about it, but they know full well that's a problem which they've created. They also talk about investments in town centres. But let's not be fooled here. Labour want to invest in Huddersfield and Dewsbury, which is fine, but they're not investing in other towns and villages. Once again, they're looking to increase car parking charges, and in Home Firth, Labour will remove support for the market. That will be detrimental to business growth, particularly small businesses and new businesses. It will impact on job creation, and ultimately it will reduce business rate collection, something that we're going to rely heavily on in the future. I welcome investment in Huddersfield, but I cannot see this working if at the same time Labour introduce new ways to fine people wanting to come into the town. There's nothing. We don't put out messages when we send the council tax out to say to people, you must shop in Huddersfield. People will shop. They will shop where they want to shop. And if you put barriers up to people come into Huddersfield, they will not come into Huddersfield. You have to attract customers and not put them off. This is a 6% increase, and if government had raised the cap to 7%, this Labour motion would be set at 7%. And despite all the rhetoric, Labour know full well they are asking the public to pay for their own mistakes.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Hamed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support the motion put forward by the Labour Group. Madam Mayor, this is the 8th year of brutal cuts. Councils have experienced a 60% cut in their funding from central government, while the cost of caring for the elderly and children has skyrocketed. 9 out of 10 councils are set to burst their budgets. The Shadow Chancellor, John MacDonald, has stated there needs to be an urgent change of direction in the local government funding in this country. We need to see an end to a situation whereby Tory governments are using local councils like human shields as they continue to drive ahead with their failed austerity agenda. Madam Mayor, it deeply saddens me that a child is being refer to council children's services every 49 seconds on a daily basis nationally. Overall spending on children's services has fallen by 16% across England, but in the poorest areas, the figure is 27%, compared with 4% in the wealthiest areas. It is absolutely clear that the cuts from this Tory government are designed and calculated to inflict maximum pain on the poor. They continue to take from the most vulnerable in society and to give to the rich. With all the cuts, pressures and austerity, this Labour group has been working hard to protect our local services. We are investing in places and people. We are investing in modern 13 million leisure centre to serve communities of North Kirklees, a superb facility to make our communities healthier. We will bring in thousands of students and potential shoppers into Dewsbury Town to study at the new Springfield Centre. We are making a significant investment in Dewsbury Rail Station. These improvements are the first in a series of transport interventions. By this Labour Council has planned to make Dewsbury Town Centre better and connected and more accessible. We are protecting the most vulnerable. We are cleaning up our places by investing in street cleansing. We are providing free burials to under-18s, a service not provided by any local authority in West Yorkshire. We listened to the public, and our budget is in line with what residents have told us and what they want. The majority of respondents who engaged with the budget consultation exercise support an increase in council tax, increases in fees and charges as means of generating income. However, this does not mean that the government's tactic of placing the responsibility of ever-increasing local authority funding gap and social care bill in the laps of our residents is fair. With all the pressure, we have set a prudent budget and are not dipping into or depleting our reserves to ensure we can cope with any unplanned future crises. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's quite easy to generate a lot of hot air about budgets, and we've had a demonstration of that at some points this evening. I accept, along with everybody else here, that we are in a fairly difficult financial situation. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. We know that savings have to be made. And as has already been said, it's quite, well, it's not unusual, actually, that the differences between the different budget proposals are not very great. So, but we do have, well, I certainly do have some legitimate gripes about this. And the principal one is that I do feel that some of the items in this budget are there under false pretences. The budget is already indicated, but somewhere underneath that it says there is going to be a review. Now, it does seem to me that if there's going to be a review with the budget already set, I'll leave that blank. Everybody can work out what I'm implying. This is particularly true, it seems to me, about libraries. As you will know, I spent quite a lot of my working life in one of these, so it is very close to my heart. What I am concerned about in this particular case is that it is just not clear how many libraries we will end up with, where they will be, and what how they will be distributed. The other thing that I am particularly concerned about is that this separation of the library buildings, the building in which the service is delivered, from the service itself. I don't really understand how you can do that, because quite clearly you're not going to deliver the service in a field. It's got to be in a building. And particularly when you're looking at larger libraries, not any old building will do. You have to have a building that's got enough loading on the floors to take the weight of books. And books in the mass are pretty heavy. The other thing that's been going on that does worry me is the cut in opening hours, which will inevitably lead to a cut in activity. It just works like that. And you have a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you like. The thing about libraries is that they are a space where anybody can go. It's a non-political space, if I can put it like that, where everybody is treated the same, and therefore it is something to be treasured. So and as has already been said by other people, libraries contribute to the early intervention and prevention agenda, and I think that some way has got to be found of getting the value of that put into the budget somehow. That is the contribution that these library services are actually making towards that. Libraries change lives was a campaign that I remember from during my working time, and they certainly do in a lot of cases where people learnt a lot from their libraries where they didn't have the facilities at home. They are also a cultural jewel in our crown and add to the cultural life of the community, and therefore we have to be very careful with them.
Councillor Marchington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all know we're in a difficult position, and I will start off by saying what I've said on a number of budgets in the past. Actually, there needs to be a fundamental rethink of how we finance the services we all know we need, and that's from top to bottom. There's a total disconnect between the amount of money that's collected in by any form of government, council tax, business rates, VAT after Councillor Kendrick referred to all the other excise duties we all pay, and what it's used for. What British Chancellors used to do, and I think the last person actually did it successfully and creative was Roy Jenkins in the 1960s and 70s, is actually raise the amount of money that this country needed to do what it wanted to do. And we need to get back to that. The fact that no Chancellor has successfully managed to put up income tax, in my memory, is just appalling. And that's what you need. That's the tax that we all pay. And I know as Liberal Democrats nationally we are committed to at least a 1% increase in income tax, which will raise, I think, about £6 billion to put in the health service. Perhaps we need to do, this is a more sensible decision, we might need to do more than that. There's a limit to how, we don't know it's difficult, and some of what we're doing is trying to do budgets in difficult circumstances. I would have appreciated hearing a little bit more about the creative solutions to what's been done rather than defending this. And I'm not having to go at everybody, and particularly, Viv, I wouldn't have to want to have a go at you. And I hope you don't feel, you know that. And other members of the Cabinet who do put, but, we do need to. Let us not kid ourselves that if there is a Labour government elected in the future, things are going to be a lot better. There were no specific costed proposals in the Labour manifesto which would have raised general income into local government. There's about £2.1 billion for social care. That would help. It's still not enough. And there was the £4 billion to raise the public sector pay cap, which would have an impact on our budgets. But what about the rest of the money that we need for investment? And actually, of all the three major political parties, actually, no, the Greens as well. Actually, sorry, Andrew, you're right. The Greens and the Liberal Democrats, if you look at their budget proposals last year are the ones which would have the highest impact on those on the lowest incomes. That's at the national level. We need to follow that through into local government as well. None of us want to see the poorest and most vulnerable members of society suffer. very few of us actually experience that on a direct basis. We experience it in our in our wards with residents. We know it happens. We need to do more. Most of us who are relatively affluent to actually do what we can for most people. To touch on specific things, I think going back to the social care, I would have liked to see a more creative use of the windfall from restructuring our debt. It could have been used for one-off projects. We could have done more to transform adult social care, and we want to, in the way that this council did with neighbourhood renewable money in 2005-06. Fundamental change in the way we delivered those services, and that was effectively money that was extra to what we've got, and it was restructuring. It was one-off, and that has had massive consequences. We could have done that. We should have done that. I do want to just touch on children's services, as other colleagues have done as well. Again, we need to be, at some stage the eye has been taken off the ball on children's services. Money in the past has been invested in children's services, but it's not had the impact that we'd want it to do. And we are now spending significantly more on children's services than we have done in the past. And all of us need to make sure that that resource is being used as effectively as possible, primarily to make sure there's better outcomes for our young people. Doing that we probably won't be spending more money, we probably won't save money, but we will have better outcomes in that respect. I can appreciate some of the work that's been done and the commitment to help the most vulnerable. I would have personally, and I think our group would have liked to see some more creative solutions with the slight additional flexibility that we got, notwithstanding none of us want to be in this position in local government, and we're not alone in that. Most of our local government colleagues feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchington. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak in support of the budget motion. I think there have been very predictable attempts from our Conservative colleagues this evening to dismiss the political and economic context of the budget. Let's just remind them that there have been £197 million of cuts already. There's a further £28 million worth of cuts to come next year. To dismiss this, I think, rather than them inhabiting Lancashire that they were talking about before, they're inhabiting La La Land. It's some fantasy world where these cuts are dismissed. I do agree with a point just made by Councillor Marchington. I would like to see Labour nationally commit much more firmly to an increase, a big increase, in funding for local government. I think that's extremely important if we're going to go forward and restore the powers of local government and their ability to provide the services that we need for all members of our community. I agree with Councillor Smith, actually, comments he made about austerity being a bit of a difficult concept which can be used as a cover. But the way it's used as a cover is where I would part company with him. I think it's often used to cover up what's happening in terms of the government's attitude towards local councils. What's actually happening is that there's a deeply ideological belief that the public sector should be shrunk. It's almost kind of bordering on American Tea Party kind of ideology, I think, the way things are going at the moment. And linked to that is the politicisation of that, because what they're trying to do is to shift the responsibility for providing services, such as social care, onto the back of local councils, and then to deny them the funding to do that. The exact same thing has happened with things like public health. Not a very subtle ploy. They hope that as a result of this, the blame for cuts, the blame for tax increases will not go to where the blame really lies with central government, but will fall on the shoulders of local councils. Further politicised by the fact that some councils are treated differently than others. Back in 2015, a fairly prominent local politician actually stood up in Home Firth and argued that the cuts to Kirklees Council were justified because his argument was that in the past,
councils like Kirklees had been subsidised by southern, more affluent councils, and that was unfair, that councils should be funded on a kind of per-head basis rather than on the basis of need. And I think this kind of thinking is what's underpinning what's happening in terms of the plight of local councils. Councillor Kendrick, Councillor Scott, I think, have made excellent speeches, hammering home the point that this budget is all about protecting spending on social care. And that's about the link to the NHS. We know that running alongside the cuts to local authority have been the cuts, the lack of adequate funding for our NHS services. I've had very bitter personal experience in the last year of having a mother stuck in a hospital for 2 months, forced to go home without proper social care, day after having to go back into hospital, having a heart attack and dying. And that was due to inadequate care in our social care services. And it's a scandal. And this is happening to lots of people. It's happening to somebody like me, somebody who's articulate, who knows what to say, who can argue the case. I dread to think what happens to people who are not in a position to do that. This budget is about protecting social care. It's about things like the transformation budget, which is looking at ways that we can overcome these problems. And I think if we fail to pass it, in the short term, missing out on that expenditure is hitting people over the next year. But in the long term, we're harming future generations if we're not putting the money into the transformation of social care that's necessary to provide a system that looks after the people of Kirklees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Kath Pinnock.
Yes, Madam Mayor, as many members have said, we're in local government is in tough financial times. So what I thought I would do is look at the corporate risk register to see what that was suggesting. And it does seem to me there are 3 glaring omissions from it. The first one is that, I guess lots of you will know, is that the government is reviewing how it's going to fund local government through a so-called fair funding review, which it declares will be implemented from 2020. And in that will be whether or not they subscribe to the principle of equalisation, which is what Councillor Walker has just referred to, whether or not they decide that they were going to make sure that people across the country, regardless of council tax, ability to raise council tax and levels of deprivation, get an equal share of the national cake. So that should have been in there, because that's going to be quite a significant feature of our budgets from them. And the next omission, I think, is the impact of Brexit. Now, I'm not going to comment on it, except to say it will have an impact. And there's already one in here, which is a loss of 1.2 million from the capital plan from European funding. And there's another reference to it, which is in regards to the increase in school meals because of an 8% food inflation. And that's to do with the consequences of Brexit. And then the third omission, I think, is the cliff edge. As we know, one county council has already reached the cliff edge, and Professor Tony Travers of the local London School of Economics and an expert in local government has said many other councils are approaching that cliff edge. Now, we know that the Section 151 officer has signed off the budget, so it's okay. But how close are we? I think as a council, we should have that information. So there's the corporate risk register. And then I thought I would have a look at the budget as a whole. And 2 things struck me. One is that I think that the balance between what we spend on services for vulnerable people, children and adults, and compared with what we spend on universal services, is becoming untenable. the balance is becoming untenable. Which is not to say that I would want to cut anything from providing services for vulnerable people, but I think the balance is becoming untenable. Because what we're doing is asking the vast majority of council taxpayers and businesses to put into the pot, and 60% of it is going to support. With that, any criticism of this is just what I'm saying is where we are with the budget. 60% of it is then for funding vulnerable people, which it might be, 10,000 of our residents, something like that will be. So the other 400,000 are going to get 40%. And I just don't think, if it goes on, that imbalance, that is tenable. And then I've listened very carefully to what people have said about the budget. And you're all saying, I heard lots of people saying, we're protecting social services. Well, I thought I'd look at the budget book. Perhaps maybe the numbers would tell me something. So this year we're spending 107 million on adults, and by 2019-20, 102 million. Now, what you're saying is you're not cutting it as hard as you are the other services. But you don't delude yourself. You are still making cuts, however untenable. However you don't want to do that, you're still making cuts. And what we're doing with universal services is nearly a 10% cut. So all those services on which everybody else depends will be 10%. And somebody said, we are protecting jobs. Well, take a look in the book. 283 jobs are going. So let's actually debate on what's there. And what...
Thank you, Councillor Pinnock.
Very difficult to sustain.
Thank you, Councillor Pinnock.
I was going to try and avoid responding to other speakers, but I feel I've got to, because it's quite obvious there's some people who've got misconceptions. We were told that we had balanced the books by using reserves. Now, what else are reserves for? What is the purpose of reserves? It isn't to balance the books. Andrew talked about the PFI in Kirklees costing us money. The 2 PFIs that Kirklees have taken out for its services was for the incinerator, which at the moment is saving us £80 million a year, and we'll have to pick that all up in 2 years or 3 years' time when the PFI runs out. And the other PFI was building 500 new homes, which didn't cost us a penny. So I don't know why, and I agree, Andrew, I am pathologically against PFIs, but in our experience in the Kirklees ones, your thing doesn't ring true. We then got the suggestion that we should have gone for rate retention. I had this discussion with the last Conservative MP we had in Kirklees. Well, when Surrey got their little handout, said, I can get it for you. And we discussed it, and why we shouldn't go for it. If we went for rate retention, we would get £14 million a year less in our budgets, because rate retention helps authorities that have got an high NDR income. We have not got an high NDR income, and if we went for rate retention, we would lose £14 million a year. So that's the suggestion from the Conservatives, lose £14 million a year on the back of something they didn't understand. Ken spoke about praising Calderdale, Bradford, Wakefield and Leeds. Can I point out to you, Ken, that none of those authorities have a Premier League football club. Now, can I say the point I'm making that, because that is relevant to the race, because it wasn't for the Labour administration helping, and the club that aspired to a new ground, when its ground was closed, helping it and facilitating it by money and facilitating, then we would not have a Premier League club, because they would not be allowed into the Premier League because they didn't have a suitable ground. And it's this authority that is also helping. It's this authority is also helping the club with its ambitious schemes to come forward for investment into Huddersfield with Huddersfield 1. And I'm sure that we'll get objection to that when we start helping them on that way forward. What I did want to address is the way that we attract, and Cass mentioned this. In the past, when I first got on the council, all council funding was based on needs. There was a formula funding that said if you've got so many unemployed, you've got so many people over 60, you've got so many miles of roads, you've got so many stuff like that. and it was all worked out as a formula, so authorities were paid money from central government on the basis of needs. That was abolished by Eric Pickles. Eric Pickles said, we don't want that anymore, we're just going to fix it, and we're going to hand money out in different ways. One of the ways that he came up with was something called New Homes Bonus. That sounds like something new, but it wasn't. It was top slice off what councils already had. And this year's New Homes Bonus sees the people in Kirklees receiving £10 per head from the New Homes Bonus. The people in Westminster, who you all must appreciate, is Westminster is a council noted for its poverty. It's noted for its lack of people without any money. It's noted for people struggling. They get £40 per head. That was taken off all governments, and that's the way they allocate money. Can I say that, the government have told us, the government have made a specific claim. They wanted local authorities to pay for adult social care. And they've told authorities to put the rates up by 6%. Every one of the groups in this chamber wants to put the rates up by 6%. It's in their amendments, which I'm not supposed to talk about, but it's been in the press. So I'm not talking about the amendments, I'm talking about press statements. Every group on this council is putting rates up by 6%. Every single one of them. So let's not have any jokes about anything about this. Can I say that we've talked, and I know, Kathy, you're saying about where we're going off it, but I think it is, for us, this is tied into an NHS budget. There's no separation between adult social care and the NHS. In January, in West Yorkshire, 40% of the people who went to A&E were waiting for more than 4 hours. In Pinderfields Hospital, it wasn't a case of people on trolleys, it was people on the floor because they ran out of trolleys in the homes. That is the state of our NHS. Mainly, for a great degree of that, is put onto the inadequate of social care about keeping people out of hospital. That is why we strongly take a decision. If we have any windfall money that's one-off money, we will use that, as Kath has said, to look into building up social care. And I think Andrew mentioned this as well. That's what we want to use. Any money, any one-off money we get, we look towards, because we know that we've got to make cuts. We're making 9...
Councillor Sheard, thank you. Councillor Watson.
We've heard some really good stuff tonight. Councillor Pandor talks about vision, investment, leadership, opportunities that are in the budget, sustainable growth. Councillor Khan talks about investing and looking to the future, protecting core services, refers to gritting, cleaning and so forth. And at the same time, makes the very bold statement that the Council has continued to deliver services to a high level. Councillor McBride talks about prioritising town centres. And all that done and achieved whilst at the same time as saving £197 million, as Councillor Pandor tells us. When you hear that, you might say, fantastic, well done, all sounds tickety-boo, job well done. But the reality is, that's not the world that I see. What I see as I walk around this town and I travel through this borough is potholes, overflowing bins, poor services at the tips and poor refuse services, children's services, failed children's services that if I was the person responsible for running that business, if I was Councillor Sheard and I was responsible for running our children's services into the ground and having to get another authority to come in and rescue us, I'd feel ashamed, very ashamed. That's not vision, that's not investment, that's not leadership. That's just poor, poor management. And of course, it's not the Council's fault. Of course not. It's the Tories' fault. Everything's the Tories' fault. We've heard tonight about Northampton. As Councillor Smith says, a bad council, a not-run council. Nobody on this side of the chamber is defending Northampton Council. But two wrongs do not make a right. Standing there and pointing to one failed Tory council does not... Standing there and pointing to one failed council does not make things any better here. And that is what this council is supposed to be here to do. It is supposed to make things better for this area. But what is the solution? The solution that we get is always the same. A, it's not our fault, and B, let's resort to increasing the taxes. You simply cannot tax your way to prosperity. That is a simple fact. You cannot tax your way to success and prosperity. I have heard very little, if anything, tonight, that actually talks about vision and investment and so forth in practical terms. What does that look like in the real world? Where's the business plan? What is it that is going to make people come into this area, invest their cash, engage in it, and develop business that will generate the revenue that this area needs? I see absolutely nothing coming from the benches opposite, and it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. When we look around, we've heard about other councils and the successes that they make of it, and indeed, some of them are Labour councils, and I am quite happy to acknowledge that Labour councils do good things in other parts of the country. Look at Haringey, for instance. Haringey Council managed to continue delivering services and yet freeze its council tax for 10 years. A Labour council, a very solidly Labour council, managed to manage things and freeze their council tax. I don't stand here and slag off other councils. I say well done to Haringey. I just wish we could have a bit more of that from the team over the other side there. So where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us, frankly, with a council that's in a pretty poor state, a borough that's in a pretty poor state, and no clear thinking and no plan to make it better. Nothing other than, we'll take more of your money from the public. And if I was the big man over there, Councillor Sheard, he's very good at standing up, getting very shouty in the chamber, being the big man on the front bench, standing up and making a big scene. But actually, we know he's going to be moving on fairly soon. And you know what? If I was going on and looking back at a failed children's services, a completely ruined children's services, with no plan for the future, no real thought about how this borough is going to be made better, I'd hang my head in shame.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson. Can I ask?
I reserve the right. Sorry. Yeah, I reserve the right to speak. It might not be real. I'm sorry, it won't be very exciting, but there you go. Well, that were a good way to pass 3 hours, weren't it? What did we get? The usual banter, pantomime politics. We don't like this, you're not very good at that. We don't like this, we don't like that. And that was only us. God knows what the Lib Dems are up to. So, where we are, 3 hours on, we're no further on, you don't like it, they don't like it, we think it's fantastic, but that's the way it is, isn't it? That's the budget pantomime that we put up with every year. I just want to reiterate, it's getting late, and we've got a lot to get through, so I'm just going to reiterate 1 or 2 points. No one likes to increase council tax. It affects us all, it affects our friends, it affects our families. However, the demands on the council continue to rise, and the funding from central government continues to fall. That's a fact. I'm not blaming the government, that's a fact. So our only option to fund vital services and support the most vulnerable, our young people, those with mental health, people with disabilities, our looked after children, and those requiring adult social care, is to raise the money we need through council tax. The government has sent out a very clear message by removing the council tax cap of 2%, and raising it to 3%, that local authorities have to move more to funding the needs of their residents from their residents. Let's be fair and honest. This situation of rising demand and shrinking budgets is not unique to Kirklees. It's a national problem. The list of councils of all political colours that are proposing to raise council tax by the maximum they can grows daily. We have a significant number of local authorities who are teetering on the edge. They can't all be poor councils, they can't all badly be run, and was mentioned earlier, only a couple of weeks ago Northamptonshire warned that it's unlikely to balance its book. Northamptonshire was a Tory-run authority, and it followed the Tory ideological rulebook for local companies. They outsourced services, made some into profit-making companies, shrunk in size, froze council tax, and yet they still could not meet the rising demand. Now, it would be very easy to score political points
against Northamptonshire. But I'm not going to do so. I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the elected members. I feel sorry for the residents who live there. They may have made some mistakes, but given the amount of other local authorities that are on the financial cliff edge, it's clear that they are a victim of the underfunding of local government. Over the years, despite the constant cuts to our budget, we have, by transforming the organisation and the prudent use of reserves, made sure, as far as it's possible to predict, that this is a situation we won't find ourselves in. But it's clear you can't provide the services residents need without the money to pay for it. This budget not only provides the money for those vital services, but it's also a budget for investment. We are committed to providing new sports complex in the Spenbar. We have also set aside £45 million to invest in our towns, not towns. This will drive economic growth and a much-needed rise in business rates, as well ensuring we have a vibrant and culturally attractive town centre. Madam Mayor, I ask Council to support the Labour Group's budget, a budget for growth, a budget that protects vital public services.
Thank you very much, Councillor Turner. I think we're now going on to the Conservative amendment. So who is going to move the amendment? Councillor Hall.
10 minutes. I've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I hope I get that 10 seconds and all. It occurred to me, Madam Mayor, that I'd been involved in writing budgets or budget amendments for about 10 years now. And in doing so, I always start from the same point. And that is, what is important to the residents? And that's because we listen to residents, we know what they want. And their priorities become our political priorities. And to me, that's basic politics. So what do the residents want from the budget this time? They want us to keep spending on the vulnerable, looked after children, those with disabilities, the elderly. As far as I'm aware, there is no budget or amendment tonight which cuts any of that spending. And that's a fact. No, there isn't. Rubbish. They value their local libraries. They don't want to see them closed. Residents want better roads, fewer potholes, safer pavements. They want to be able to shop in their local town or village easily and cheaply. Centres where businesses want to locate and where parking charges are not off-putting to customers. They want the place to look tidier, litter removed, weeds killed, bins emptied regularly. And of course they're concerned at the level of council tax that we charge. So what do we propose? Well, first of all, we propose no reduction on spending on the vulnerable, as has been claimed. We recognise that adult social care and children's services are under huge demand, and these are pressures that must be met. Delaying the social care precept in no way reduces the adult social care budget by 1 penny, because we are using money from the business rates pool to fill that gap. We propose that libraries are protected with an extra £1 million to reverse most of the savings in the library budget, crucially incorporating 100,000 to develop the volunteer groups in the libraries. We propose £8.5 million of extra funding for roads, found from restructuring the existing capital plan. Our roads are a bad joke, Madam Mayor, in some areas worn down to the cobbles underneath. We propose no car parking charges increase. We propose no extension of car parking charges to other parts of the borough, because such a move would start to kill off what trade there is in the smaller towns. We propose no closure of Holmfirth Market, for the reasons that Councillor Patrick's already elaborated on. We propose extra money for street cleaning, and specifically that this money be devolved towards for councillors to spend where they see fit. And we propose that council tax rises slower than planned, and also the aforementioned 1-year delay to some of the social care precept. My colleagues will elaborate on some of these commitments when they speak on the amendment. Now, this is an expensive set of demands. Nobody will deny that. And the money has to be found to pay for it. But actually, we thought it can be done. So how are we going to do it? Well, first of all, we squeeze £1.6 million out of the business rates pool in year 1. The money is there. We need it. Let's get it. We reduce the money we spend subsidising trades unions officials. Given that we are blessed with some of the most intransient and obstinate trade union officials who gleefully attempt to frustrate every council efficiency, it is not right that council taxpayers subsidise their activities. We raid the slush funds which the administration has only set up to squirrel money away for their own purposes. We reshape existing spending, for example, reprofiling the huge sums designated for Huddersfield and Dewsbury town centres by spreading them fairly across the borough and shifting them later. Our towns will not grow again by spending council money on refurbishing old buildings. There needs to be a master plan and a commitment to attract private equity. And finally, we find new savings. We set ambitious and realistic targets for procurement. We find efficiencies in other back-office functions such as communications and marketing, the policy unit. And this should really be the bread and butter stuff in the budget. Now, Madam Mayor, I was once told of a barbershop quartet called the Three Innumerates. And they've both been in touch via Twitter, and they're obviously Labour activists. One of them claimed straight away, your amendment doesn't add up. And then admitted they hadn't actually seen any figures yet, they'd only read the report in the paper. And this is always claimed by the left because they run out of counter-arguments. So remember, we've got a Section 151 officer to whom we must submit an amendment to confirm that it adds up. The other claim was you mustn't cut back-office functions. Don't do that. But then the alternative is that you have to find savings elsewhere, and nobody wants to be cutting frontline services. The final thing I always bear in mind when preparing a budget is this, and it's very important. If you can find savings over and above your planned spending, these should be returned to residents by keeping the council tax rise as low as you can. And this we can do. Our amendment clearly shows there's no need to be cutting library funding. There's no need to be scrimping on road repairs or street cleaning. There is no need to be raising extra revenue from motorists. It is possible to protect and even enhance services within the parameters of a smaller cash limit. So there we are. We have an amendment where you get better services for less tax. What else could you want apart from a blankety-blank chequebook and pen? So take note of this, please, members. A vote for this amendment is a vote for supporting our libraries. A vote for this amendment is a vote for better roads. A vote for this amendment is a vote for more attractive communities. A vote for this amendment is a vote for value for money and a lower council tax. Conversely, a vote against this amendment will be seen as a vote for closing libraries, for crumbling roads, dirty communities and a higher council tax. Members, the choice is yours. You will have to justify your decision at the ballot box. Madam Mayor, I commend this amendment to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Is this seconded? Is this seconded? So, are there any comments on the amendments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'm happy to second this amendment, which attempts the difficult balancing act of keeping tax increases as low as possible, whilst recognising they have a responsibility to provide those essential services and support that people need, especially those who are elderly and vulnerable, or those who need support to live fulfilled lives. Whilst welcoming the capital plan proposals to make more monies available for the regeneration of our town centres, Labour are in reality much too late to the table. One only needs to look at our neighbouring Labour-run councils like Leeds, Wakefield, Bradford or Calderdale to see what can be achieved when you have a vision and ambition for your borough. Under this failing administration, we are very much the also-rans. We may be a Premier League town here in Huddersfield, but Labour's neglect means we are not Premier League when you look at the facilities we have in our town centres, where the lack of ambition and vision come to roost. I recognise that they are proposing to spend £500,000 to try and find a vision, But with Labour in charge and divided amongst themselves, I doubt they have the ability to deliver it. Recognising that it takes time to develop and bring forward regeneration proposals and to work with the private sector, and then convert these proposals into concrete projects and delivery plans, we have sought to reprofile these funds over a 5-year period rather than see the bulk of the monies spent in 2020-21. This has enabled us to propose further capital spending of £8.5 million on roads in a cost-neutral way. We've also sought to protect our libraries by finding a further £1 million to put back into the library's budget. This will help safeguard our libraries, and as I said earlier, these facilities play a vital community role and support the Community Plus work and the early intervention and prevention agenda. If we are ambitious for our borough and want to see a growth in community-supported activities, we need to support our libraries. I talk to the Friends groups and volunteers, and they feel undervalued by this council. They play a vital role in helping keep local facilities available, but have been under threat and attack by this administration for over 5 years now. We're also losing experienced staff who understandably have had enough and are looking for jobs elsewhere before they lose their existing ones. Our proposal would start to rebuild the confidence and trust with the volunteers, staff and library members alike, and is a key element of our budget amendment. We also wish to reduce the financial impact on taxpayers, and so propose to delay 1% of the council tax adult social care precept until 2019, and have sought to reduce the increase further by £160k, resulting in a headline rate of 4.9%. This states our ambition to reduce council tax increases, and I am confident that once in administration we will be able to find further savings in a circa £290 million budget in subsequent years. We do not believe that increasing car parking charges will support the regeneration of our towns, and so propose to reject these increases. When people can travel to the White Rose or Meadowhall and park for free, we need to keep our charges as low as possible to encourage people into our town centres. It is perverse to be looking to spend £500,000 to find a coherent vision for our town centres, while at the same time treating those who use them as cash cows. This risks only further decline for our once proud town centres. This budget amendment is merely a mark of our group's ambition and intent. This current administration is tired and failing and needs to make way for a team that has a vision, energy and ambition to reassert Kirklees' role at the heart of the Northern Powerhouse and become a player at a regional level. Tonight, we have an opportunity for a new start, to reject the negativity, the indecisiveness and the sense of decline under Labour, and vote for change and for a better deal for Kirklees. Labour cannot continue to just blame everybody else for their failings, failing to deliver agreed budget savings year on year, failing to build any council houses, failing or looked after children through allowing poor practices to develop in children's services, and failing to make our voice heard at combined authority, and so failing to secure investment in our roads and infrastructure. And so, Madam Mayor, I would recommend that members reject the negativity of the Labour administration and vote for a positive budget which would see key services supported and council tax increases kept to a minimum. The alternative is to vote for continued decline and indecision under a divided Labour administration. I would strongly encourage members to vote for change and support the Conservative amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Now, are there any comments? Councillor Smage.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to have a go at what I was hoping to say. Please do not let the lack of being able to say it diminish the strength of arguments, but it is necessarily shorter than it was going to be. No, I'm okay. I'm all right. I've heard it.
Smage, sit down.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Carry on.
I've heard it said that the administration do not have a choice in further reducing the library's budget. This amendment shows you that there is a way forward. According to a government report, libraries contribute to cultural and creative enrichment, increased reading and literacy, improved digital access, helping people achieve full potential, healthier and happier lives, greater prosperity and stronger, more resilient communities. Many of which are found in that vision that you're supposed to have, Councillor Pandor. The piece of paper that's on the Kirklees website that you obviously don't follow. Strong, sustainable economy, great quality of life, thriving communities, high prosperity, low inequality. All the things that libraries can help with. Libraries should not sit in isolation. They are integral part of early intervention and prevention, a core service supporting the vulnerable, vital parts of communities, as well as supporting and encouraging children to read. If you learn to love books and reading when you are young, it is something you have for the rest of your life. Visits either to the library or through the home service can provide a vital connection for many people. Do not take this away from them. If you are truly standing shoulder to shoulder with communities, then support your local library by demonstrating that support by voting for this amendment. Birstall Library is at the heart of its community. 4th highest visitor numbers in Kirklees last year. The fact that it has such high visitor numbers demonstrates its need, especially in point of access to services for many who do not have digital facilities. Birstall is a vital part. Birstall Library is a vital part of the centre, as are the availability of free car parking spaces. And unlike other places, the majority of parking spaces in Birstall are council controlled. If you do not put money back in the car parking budget, how are you going to achieve the amounts of income with only increasing charges in Huddersfield and Dewsbury? Quite clearly, you are going to be imposing charges where there are currently none. How is this going to achieve your aim of stronger, more resilient communities if you force people out of town and village centres? What is going to happen to those small local businesses that are the lifeblood of many centres? Our amendment puts money back into the car parking budget, as we recognise that our centres cannot support increases in car parking that your budget would result in. I ask you to support the amendment. Thank you for your patience.
I am now exercising my discretion under Council Procedure Rule 16/4 to grant additional time to allow the budget item to be concluded this evening. So are there any other speakers on this? Councillor Light.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If the Council's got an half-decent administration, then budget amendments aren't usually needed. But we haven't, so this is where we are. Our group accepts we need to maintain investment in adult services. We might discuss how that's done. We might be disappointed at the lack of innovation. We don't dispute the amount of money that needs to go in. Equally with children's services, we don't dispute the figures. We've concerns about the effectiveness of how that money is being used, and we want to see real improvement in our children's services. However, the rest of the council budget, we do have significant concerns, and that's why our budget amendment proposes some significant changes. The problem with the Labour Cabinet's budget proposals for the rest of the council's services is that it's a Valentine's Day massacre of some of our vital public services And that is something which we as Conservatives are not going to stand by and let happen. That's actually attached alongside the lack's probably not strong enough, the actual vacuum of ambition that we saw from the administration when they proposed this budget is really concerning. They said, and I quote, they said they were investing in town centres, yet they're actually going to be hammering parking charges. How does that invest in town centres? They said they were investing in communities, yet they are closing libraries, the very heart of many of our communities. They said they were protecting staff, yet they're taking librarians and street cleaners out of working in our communities. They said they were improving the street scheme, yet there is no more money for investing in our dilapidated roads and footpaths. And those are the areas that the Conservative budget amendment seek to address. They also said, we're providing a high standard of services. Well, which Kirklees are you in? It must be good, because it's not the one that the public of Kirklees know, and it's not the one that this group recognises either. Because the public of Kirklees are fed up of their council taking more money from them and doing less, and then trying to pretend it's something different. And that's what this Labour administration do. I listened to those, I listened to those speeches from all the cabinet members and a few backbenchers, and, you know, one or two were well written, a few less were well delivered. But the real point was they didn't actually relate to the budget that you were proposing, because they talked about things that weren't there. They talked about what you wanted to do, but not what you were doing. And I actually think it's a shame you didn't read the budget before you actually made your speeches, because actually then you'd have realised that actually lack of ambition, that lack of commitment to protecting services, and that lack of commitment to our community.
Councillor Light, are you speaking to your own amendment?
I am. I'm just saying, Madam Mayor, that was one of the reasons why, just one of the reasons why we need a Conservative budget amendment today. And another one was this smug satisfaction which Labour members put forward those proposals, knowing full well that they were wanting to actually decimate our town centres with car parking charges and cut our libraries and not repair our roads. The other thing which I have a struggle with, and you know, Madam Mayor, I think I've recorded saying that our budget processes are crap. I mean, sorry, that's not a word I should use, are not very good. And I actually think today has shown that, because we have once again have brought forward a budget 2 weeks before those we used to do it, for those who've been around the council chamber as long as I have, and actually we've had money trickling by since, trickling in. Quite a lot of money suddenly is available.
Thank you very much, Councillor Light. Your time's up. Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Holroyd Dufferton.
I have to say I was pleasantly surprised at the Conservative amendment, because it was an improvement on 2 years ago, which was a slash and burn and do damage to everybody. So it's an improvement on that, but it's still a problem. I think the critical issue with it is what I find is it appears to be that the Conservative group, in producing the amendment, have taken the figures, thrown them in the air and juggled them around. How can we present the best soundbite, the best image possible with these figures that we're juggling around? I don't see any, in spite of them complaining about, and I think artificially complaining about the management and progression that the Labour group or the Labour cabinet has been conducting the council over the last 2 years, that their amendment 2 years ago, because there wasn't one last year, and this one is just a series of sound bites that have no vision about the actual situation we're really in. I haven't heard a single Conservative councillor say, yes, I've written a strong letter of complaint to the government about the massive cuts they've made to our council budget, that they're causing the library shuts, they're causing the potholes in the road. £200 million? Oh, that's nothing. Let's focus on the budget that we've actually got. It's like it's a surreal theatre of the absurd. Here we've got £200 million missing from our budget, and you're pretending that it doesn't matter. What type of sensible argument is that? When we know that we have such a 60% reduction in our budget, and you're behaving as if it's, oh, well, that doesn't really matter, let's get on with life as it is. And we'll juggle a few figures around and put the figures down in columns that we think will be the most popular. But there's no vision that without a serious budget that knows our money is going to go down and down and down in terms of what it comes from the government, that we've got to plan for that contingency. And I think the Labour resolution, I'm not going to talk about it because it's gone, but it at least attempts to address that issue of the lack of funding from government in the future. I've seen nothing of this in the Conservative amendment. I certainly can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Duffin. Councillor Holmes.
One thing I'm going to pick up on is the parking, because we've had so many comments tonight about we want Kirklees to be prosperous, we want to invest in town centres. The times that we've sat and looked at capital budgets, we've looked at Huddersfield, we've looked at Dewsbury. I'll tell you now, if you introduce car parking charges to our small towns and villages and you increase it in Huddersfield, you can probably forget about a lot of that regeneration you've been talking about. In Cardigan, in Wales, their parking machines were vandalised. And what happened in that village, that town, was that the shoppers came back. And the shops were reporting increased sales of between 20 and 50%. So if anybody thinks that car parking charges and changes to them and introducing them will not have a dramatic effect, because we've heard you deny the bus gates have affected Huddersfield, and we've heard that many times. If you think that car parking charges will not dampen down at least or destroy your regeneration plans, you really have not grasped what this budget should have been about. It should have been about making Kirklees better. It shouldn't just have been about making cuts. It should have been about increasing income, attracting businesses here, doing what Bradford's done. Bradford has done an amazing regeneration. They've got money in, they've created something that's an actual destination now. It's not just a place to nip down to and do a bit of shopping. People go there, they work there, they shop there, they have a night out there. They've even turned some old prison cells into a destination in that it's a load of bars now that you get not just young people, but people my age going to. They've done something really different, and if we could do that in your Huddersfield and your Dewsbury and other areas, we really would have a chance of making a future for ourselves, instead of this constant whinging about, we've got less money, we can't do things. We could, if we started looking more at what we could generate rather than what we're just going to cut.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me just start by saying I would be extremely shocked if the Socialist Independent from Home Valley North supported a Conservative amendment. I guess he'll vote with Labour, but that's another matter. We will reinstate support for Home Firth Market because it's vital to attract customers to the town and create growth. That in turn will create wealth for this council. The £42,933 isn't a true saving. It's an income target reduction. Half the costs of staffing, and the staff will all be retained. If the council cannot make Home Firth Market work at £12.50 a stall, yes, £12.50, it is not working hard enough. and other markets will follow suit and close. A market in Unferth cannot fail in a community which is very supportive of the town and its heritage. We will reinstate it and we will make it pay. If our budget is not supported, we will find another way to keep a market and help new businesses grow. This council has run the market down. We will pick it up and we will make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to start by saying I'm quite confused by Councillor Holroyd-Davidson's remarks. The figures are quite clearly laid out in our amendment and fully costed. I'm not aware of any amendments from the independent groups. It's quite surprising to me that if Councillor Holroyd-Davidson thinks he could do any better, he didn't submit his own amendments. The Conservative Group amendment offers the lowest council tax increase of all the groups whilst delivering substantially more. An extra £8.5 million is provided for highway maintenance, which is funded by Treasury management savings, which were achieved by reprofiling town centre capital development. In my ward, I am contacted by residents regarding highways concerns more than any other issue, and I see this amendment as delivering real value to the residents I represent. Additionally, the removal of library savings allocates £1 million extra revenue for library services, whilst recognising the need for keeping car parking charges at a level that attracts people into our town centres. Let us be clear, our amendment offers the exact same funding for social care and children's services, not a penny less. Councillor Walker's personal story is a powerful one. I want to make it clear that this amendment does not seek to reduce social care funding. We recognise that we need to attract shoppers and businesses to towns and villages. In addition to the removal of car park savings, extra street cleaning services is devolved to ward budgets, enabling ward members who know their area the best to make local impacts where they are most needed. We also reduce the subsidy of trade union duties. Can anyone explain to me why council taxpayers should subsidise trade union activities? Because I seriously doubt it. Many other savings are made from back office functions, which if they had any vision, the administration would also have been able to find. I cannot decide whether this is because they cannot find these savings, because they didn't look hard enough, whether they lack the talent, or whether it suits their own political ends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not really going to waste much words on the the Tories' budget amendment. It's not worth it. How they can sit there or stand there and decry the fact that we have lost, this council, over £200 million over 6 years, and they could manage the budget better. It defies me. I really don't know how they can do it. The only thing I will comment is to say vision. I've heard a lot about vision, but where on earth is the vision in improving roads to send our residents off shopping at White Rose, at Meadowhall, Wakefield, everywhere else except our own town centre? They'll drive straight past. They won't want to stop, will they? Because we spent no money on our town centres whatsoever. Vision? There's no vision. There's no strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Pattison. Councillor Mather.
Madam Mayor, I rise to speak against the Tory amendment. For those who have been paying attention down the years, there are always 5 things that appear or not in the Tory budget amendments. 1, not a single strategic thought about the future of the council and its services. 2, no recognition of the context the budget is set in. 3, at least one ideological target or prejudice, trade unions this year. 4, endlessly slimy slicing support functions so that the council has no capacity to do anything and then moaning about it. 5, using one-off reserves or windfalls with no thought about consequences, as you can only spend them once. So this year does not disappoint. 10 out of 10 for consistency, 0 out of 10 for content and substance. This is an amendment that leaves 99% of the Labour proposals untouched. It defers some difficult decisions for a couple of years, but then they return to bite hard. Playing with the capital plan by reducing town centre investment when they bleat on in the Examiner about how bad our town centres are seems hypocritical at best. The rest is, as usual, smoke and mirrors, truly the emperor's new clothes. They are either too lazy or too devoid of thought to set out their supposed vision for the council and its services in the current climate which their government has created. This pitiful amendment is a distraction from the elephant in the room they really don't want to talk about. That is the 60% reduction in income from the government since 2010 that has brought us and many other councils to the brink of not meeting our statutory obligations, let alone finding money for all the things the Tories want us to do with libraries, markets, potholes and the rest. This is an amendment that is an insult to the council and the people of Kirklees. As your government has slashed our budgets by so much, at least have the decency to set out your measured and balanced proposals and for once be honest what it means. The collapse of public services in the borough, this is exactly what the public does not want. I ask the council to vote this amendment down forthwith. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Pandor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well tried, but you failed. I was expecting something more with oomph behind it, Madam Mayor. But all I got was whinging, parochial stuff, and talk about political gerrymandering. I think I've already written a leaflet while we were talking. OK, let's talk about vision, Madam Mayor. Their vision talks about bricks and mortar, tarmac, and I was going to say something else, Madam Mayor, but I won't say it in this room, but I'll talk to you in private if you want to hear that. Because the vision and the ambition and the creativity and the leadership, I've not seen any of that, Madam Mayor. I'll show you what I've seen. Reprofile capital development in our town centres, which I applaud in the past. They've been talking about banging the drum, but what do? They take that whole budget out and they put it into bricks and mortar, Madam Mayor. That is vision. That is ambition. That's a failure, Madam Mayor. Complete failure. Madam Mayor, in terms of being parochial, Home Firth, we actually invested in Home Firth. We're actually putting a lot of money in Home Firth. But if you don't want that investment, fair enough. But again, is that not parochial? Is that not actually looking after just that little bit of a blue area that we've got left in Kirklees? They talk about adult social care precept. If they were so serious about actually looking after the vulnerable, they'd have actually grasped the nettle and actually bring that money forward. Again, there's no leadership, there's no ambition, there's no care, there's no understanding of how the health system works. This is, Madam Mayor, a complete shambles from a group who actually say that they're waiting to come into power, but I don't think they can actually come into council chamber with a bloody vision. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pandor. Councillor McBride.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Tory hypocrisy knows no limit. They've been banging on for God knows how long about town centre investment, there's a need to do it and so on. When they get the opportunity, when stick comes to lift, what do? Withdraw 8 million from the town centres and want to put it on their minor schemes in wards. They want to spend a lot of money on highway maintenance. Do they know where money for highway maintenance comes from? It comes from the local transport plan, which is a West Yorkshire provision. That has been halved by their government for the last 5 years. Let me add something further. If you add to this, when it comes to the next allocation, because there will have been improvements from local sources, accordingly, our allocation will be accordingly reduced. You didn't understand that. You bang on about the importance of Bradford, all these wonderful things in Bradford and Leeds, and yet car parking is the key to the future. Have you ever tried parking in Bradford and Leeds and see what the cost of that is? It would have been a surprise.
Excuse me, can we let Councillor McBride speak?
Have they not indulged their long-term revulsion of trade unions, although they know the harmonising role they play in the relationship between management and workforce? They do. Predictably, they want to reduce any kind of policy development, anything to do with marketing, as this comes well within their definition of bureaucracy. They presume that anybody who's not really at the coalface isn't doing anything. So all people who are planning anything are not really working. That's mindless and shows a total lack of understanding. But this is nothing to compare with their vandalistic attack on the Transformation Fund. In their ignorance, they deplete investment in lifelong health and preventative medicine. Charitably, I assume they're blithely unaware of the negative impact on the NHS, and closer to home, that it will add significantly to pressures on social care budgets for the future. The contrast with the administration couldn't be greater. This is a mindless, short-term, parochial fixes in contrast with a strategically defined and planned budget prioritising the most vulnerable and directing limited resources to our populous centres, whose future our people depend on for employment and the Council for income.
Councillor O'Donovan.
I think we were told a lie by the government in 2010, Madam Mayor, that it was Labour's mismanagement of the finances that led to austerity. It's been propagated tonight and in previous years. Tonight it's been propagated by Councillor Simms and Councillor Smith, who talk about financial black holes and financial mismanagement. I'm surprised that today we aren't talking about the fact that, on record, recently, Mervyn King, who was the Governor at the Bank of England at the time, George Osborne, who was the Chancellor at the time, were both on public record as saying that the Labour government were not culpable in financial mismanagement in 2008. They were not culpable in the subprime property collapse that affected the Lehman Brothers and Merrill Lynch in New York and cascaded its way through to Europe. Labour were not to blame for that, and Osborne and King are on record as saying that as well. And it's in government papers as well.
Councillor Turner.
I came on itself. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Having spent some time looking at the Conservative group's amendments, I'm somewhat confused by some of the things they're proposing. As we've heard during the discussions on the Labour group's budget, we have a nationally recognised crisis in adult social care. In response to this crisis, what the Conservatives do, take 1% of the adult social care precept this year, but put it back next year, and then claim that we're keeping council tax down. This is at best an attempt to hoodwink the public, at worst a blatant election campaign. The crisis in adult social care is here and now. The problems of underfunded adult social care also impact on the overstretched NHS. By investing now, we can help ease the pressures on the NHS, improve people's lives and save the council money in the future. This amendment also seeks to remove $8,610,000 from the town centre development capital. Back on the 11th of October last year, when the council discussed the town centre report, a series of members of the Tory party stood up and accused the Cabinet of not having a vision for the town centres, not showing leadership and a lack of investment in our town centres. I'll quote from that discussion. We need leadership, we need vision. The Cabinet need to be bold and develop the shape the town centre, as this is the most important social value we have. We must invest in Huddersfield Town Centre. We need to bring culture into the town centre. We need to have a clear vision for our town centres. The Cabinet have the responsibility to take the lead and be proactive and bring people together, to put a vision together. All these and more came from the Conservative group, yet now they want to take the money out to do the things they asked us to do. Madam Mayor, I could go on, but I think we all get the message of what they said. Despite this rhetoric from the Tory party, we have always had a vision and we are providing leadership. Yet this amendment undermines that vision and commitment they accuse us of. I didn't specifically want to mention libraries because, as we well know, we're in the middle of a consultation. I'm touring around Kirklees talking to residents. And, however, I can't sit back and listen to claims that the Conservatives are the savers of the libraries. How can they sit there and say that when they have proposed to cut in the budget themselves? How is that saving libraries? They propose to reduce the budget by £900,000, approximately 22%. That's not saving libraries, it's saving some libraries. Which ones, I would ask? Have they decided which ones they're going to save, which ones they would like us to close? Perhaps they should tell us rather than promising to save libraries. Councillor Hall said there's no need to cut the library budget. So why is it in the amendment? Sorry. Madam Mayor, I oppose this amendment and I advise all the members of Council to do exactly the same thing. Thank you.
Councillor Turner. Councillor Simms.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind the Labour group of the investments they made in Home Firth. They closed the public toilets and we saved them through our budget. They closed the Civic Hall and we saved it through our budget and transferring it. They closed the council buildings and hopefully we'll be saving them. They're going to close the market and hopefully we're going to save them. They also are going to close the youth services and hopefully we can help and save those. So you talk about investment and what you've done in Home Firth. You haven't. You've taken things away. We've saved them and we're going to make them work. And that's what a Conservative council will do. And how people know it. I think early on, when I told you about these percentages, 47.4% you put the council tax up when it was a Labour government. Obviously they didn't give you enough money. You've never enough money, have you? You've never enough money for what you want to do. Then you've put it up 24%. I do a quick reckon there, and I'm talking probably £90 million there. And, you know, what have you done with it? You're bleating and crying and poor tail. And yet, every year, on year, you've put the council tax up. Now, come on, fellas and ladies. Yeah, you can't say that in them early years that you were short of money, you were awash with money, but you still wanted more, and you still didn't do a right lot with it. I rest my case.
Thank you, Councillor Simms. I am now going to adjourn for this meeting for a short period. We will reconvene in 10 minutes to discuss the Liberal Democrats.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's already been agreed tonight that this is a difficult budget, and we're all aware of the constraints involved when we try and set and amend budgets in this current climate of local government funding. This year, £54 million has vanished from our coffers, with another £28 million to go next year. Spending regulations and the basic requirement to provide a properly balanced legal budget by the end of this meeting, whenever that is, also go to make this a hard task with some tough choices. But we need to remember tough choices isn't no choice at all. In amending the budget, the Liberal Democrat group returns to our core priorities, the ones we believe serve residents best, to make our choices. We need to look after vulnerable children and adults. We need to keep public services in public buildings where we can. We must help our town and village economies thrive, and to do that we must engage and empower communities. In line with those priorities, there are things that we can welcome in the Labour budget. The adjustment to bereavement services charges proposals show Labour listened to us when we said that the increases weren't fair. The investment to support vulnerable children into adulthood is wholeheartedly welcomed, as is the extra investment into children's services. Extra spending on our communities is also welcomed as long as it is done at ward level and is open and accountable. On the capital budget, our amendments to Labour's capital plan start from the premise that we should borrow to fulfil a plan and not to borrow in anticipation of a plan. We also have serious reservations about the timescales involved. We don't have to look very far to find other authorities whose schemes have taken decades to deliver. There is no reason to imagine that, given our own challenges, that we would not encounter similar difficulties. We do understand, however, the need to spend money on the development of realistic plans, how to assess what's needed, how best to implement, and how to measure success. Authorities have fallen foul of spend first, think later approaches before. Like any homeowner hoping to make improvements to their property, we find out what we need, how we're going to use it, how much it's going to cost, then we borrow. With that in mind, we have reprofiled borrowing for the town centres. This lessens the impact on revenue costs and frees up money for further feasibility studies. We have left sufficient funds in our amendment for the planning stage for the town centres. We have also been able to introduce a further £200,000 for plans to be drawn to improve infrastructure at Lockwood Bar and Longwood Bridge for River Colne crossings. We also have introduced a further £2 million over the next 2 years to be devolved to ward councillors, which works out at just over £50,000 per ward per year, so that unclassified roads in our towns and villages can at least try and keep pace with the maintenance on main roads, so that unclassified doesn't mean second class. I also believe that bills, in this case, for broken shock absorbers would probably be reduced at the same time. In the revenue part of our budget, we've made the changes where we can that we think will lessen the impact of cuts on the services we all enjoy. Our amendments' biggest changes relate to libraries and community. We have reintroduced £926,000 over 2 years to lessen the worst of the cuts to the library service. The volunteers that give their time and hard work to the communities they live in deserve as much support as we can give them. We all recognise those who give their time in libraries are also those likely to be active in running our festivals and community events and the Friends of Societies. We see the same committed people time in, time out at different community meetings, and it's those people we look to keep our communities live and engaged. We are proposing an extra £100,000 to help them help council in its bid to bring people together and to stimulate local economies. In all our discussions with the public, it's clear that it's easier to engage people and get them working with one another if their surroundings are clean. It's seen as a basic requirement. So we've allocated extra money for frontline street cleansing to give people streets that they can be proud of. On Labour's plan to review car parking charges, we would oppose any new charges where they don't exist currently in the strongest terms. Places like Cleckheaton, Birstall, Slathwaite and Meltham currently have limited stay, free parking, and it needs to stay that way. We would also hope that the review would look at ways of reducing charges overall, or at least freezing them to encourage visitors that trade needs so badly. To turn to matters council, we also advocate the return of the committee system. We calculate that £72,000 will be saved in special responsibility allowances. That's money out of our own pockets. I'll just flag that up. And that we will have more meaningful, collegiate and democratic system that serves our residents better than the current one. On council tax, this group has chosen to limit the rise of council tax to 4.99% instead of the full 6% allowable, because we believe that while some could easily afford to pay, it would hit those less able the hardest. Our figures represent 2.99% council tax, maintaining the base, and a reduction to 2% from 3% for the adult social services precept. The remaining 1% increase allowable for the adult social care tax will be picked up in 2019-20. We will look to the £1.6 million available in the one-off payment from the Leeds City Region Business Rates Pilot to offset the reduction in Labour's proposal. No money is lost in adult social care with this proposal, none. In the big picture, the amounts we are talking about might not seem that large, but we understand that the amount of spending that we as a council have control over is dwindling. but we still think we can make right choices, the ones that save us money here and there, however modest the sums, so that we, in turn, can keep faith with the communities that we are becoming more reliant upon. This amendment has been signed off by our 151 officer as a balanced amendment, and I commend it to the Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lawson. Is that second?
Yes, I second that, Madam Mayor, and reserve the right. Thank you.
Are there any comments on this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to use the D word here, but I know Nicola doesn't like it, so I'll be concerned rather than disappointed in the Liberal Democrat amendment. I think that any group that proposes to take over £500,000 from the Transformation Fund either doesn't understand how essential it is for social care or doesn't care about social care and health. I don't think the latter applies to the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Lawson just said not one penny is being taken from adult social care. I have to say I disagree with you. Money taken from the Transformation Fund is absolutely key for the future of adult social care. It's for this future tranche. It's about ensuring we have sufficient home care to meet the needs of Kirklees people, elderly people, disabled people, people facing end of life in their own homes. It also ensures we have a sufficient reablement service, the very service that supports people coming out of hospital, so that we can ensure that they stay at home rather than quickly ending up back in hospital. It's absolutely the right thing to do for the individual, but it's also absolutely the right thing to do for the NHS. The Transformation Fund will also enable us to provide more extra care housing to enable people in Kirklees to continue to live independently, even with complex needs, with the care they need on site. The transformation work is about widening the provision of respite care, which we desperately need to do. It's how we improve access to services so that people get the right services quickly and effectively, and so much more. Even with the additional precept on council tax, even with the Better Care Fund monies, we won't have enough resources to meet the tide of demand in Kirklees unless we improve provision, improve the services, in fact, transform social care. And I do mean that absolutely right. If we don't manage that, who don't we provide home care for? Who do we leave in a cycle of constantly being in hospital and coming out of hospital and back again? Who won't we provide respite care for so that carers don't become so debilitated that they're in need of care themselves? I ask the Liberal Democrat councillors to reconsider their amendment. As it is, I cannot support it.
Thank you, Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. Lib Dem want to see thriving our towns and villages, including Huddersfield and Dewsbury, but at the same time they are proposing to take the money away, which Labour group are proposing to spend on these towns. Madam Mayor, Councillor Nicola Turner and Councillor Cahill Burke said on the Labour budget, got too many reviews in our Labour group, Labour budget. But I will say, Lib Dem's amendment got too many feasibility studies. There are three, and they're wasting money there on this study, 100,000 each, right? They are proposing feasibility study for improvement to Lockwood Bar and Longra Bridge, and feasibility study for new crossing of the River Corn Mills Bridge. Can I say, if you don't know, Lib Dem, a major transport scheme being developed by West Yorkshire and Transport Fund. I'm sure Councillor Andrew Pinnock might know about it. With conjunction Kirklees together, being for Lockwood Bar and Longra Bridge to address existing road congestion and air quality. If you don't know, you can ask your colleague. Funding for this scheme has been earmarked. I'll let you know. Yeah? So there's no point to asking feasibility study on those 2 or 3 issues. With regard to Minsbury crossing over River Con, I think you are just dreaming over it. You used this text about 4 or 5 years ago when you were your candidate was up in election in Golkar. Now you're trying to use this text again. This proposed crossing will not improve any congestion. And I don't think the people are interested in it. What you are doing, you are just trying to renew this issue to get back your lost popularity, which you will never get it back, I will say. Yeah, don't dream over there. Madam Mayor, with regard to town centre car parking, can I say before that, nobody knows about this West Yorkshire Transport, I got an email here, yeah, from office. Town centre car parking charges. Lib Dem say increased car parking charges in Huddersfield and Dewsbury Centre will drive shoppers away from our town, but there is no evidence about that. No. I tell you, in Huddersfield Town Centre, where I regularly go around in Huddersfield Town Centre, all the pay and display car park are always full, and you won't find car parking space to park your own car. I will ask the question, don't you think these people are shoppers who park their car on our pay and display in all over town, civic center car park? Sometimes I go around and around in civic center car park to find space. You never get for 10-15 minutes. You are still complaining too high charges. Council tax. Lib Dem are proposing to defer 1% increase in relation to adult and social care until 2019 and 20.
Very much, Councillor Sokal. Councillor Richards.
When you've all finished having the laugh, I've got my few words to say. I rise it in reply to the Lib Dem amendments and this year's proposals. Last year, Councillor Nicola Turner surprised me with her thoughtful yet chilling description of the Council's financial situation, when she described how she could see Kirklees Council moving further and further down an ever-narrowing, increasingly steep path towards the edge of our financial cliff. But that was last year. That was when there was no election to fight, so scoring political points wasn't imperative. This year there is an election in May, so the Lib Dems are coming out fighting with their traditional projects, all based on wards where they hold seats.
In my ward, this means that the case for a bridge in Milnes Bridge is on the agenda again. In every election year since I was elected, the Lib Dems have proposed this cash-strapped council spends lots of money on a feasibility study in this coming year for a new crossing over the River Cone plus an access road in Slathwaite. The first suggestion is the request we have each year for a new bridge through Milnes Bridge. As regards the Cone Valley Road, I'll leave that to others to talk about. But what will it cost to bring these plans to fruition? 20 million? 40 million? If we pay for a feasibility study now, the Lib Dems will be proposing spending a lot more on the construction of the bridge and the road. There was a feasibility study actually carried out just before I was elected in 2011 that investigated putting a bridge from Morley Lane across the back of Alday to Scar Lane and from there to Savile Street and Market Street. The feasibility study found that it would be creating a very large traffic roundabout through the use of a one-way system. At great cost and little benefit, if I remember rightly, the bridge would save about 20 seconds in the time it took to get through Milnes Bridge. So please be honest with yourselves, Lib Dems. Your proposals represent vanity projects with as much use as Joanna Lumley's garden bridge that she proposed for London, apart from the ecological gains of having a garden.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Marching.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just going through one or 2 points addressed in support of our budget amendment. Again, Viv's not here, but I mean, just thank you, Viv, thank Councillor Kendrick for explanation of what the Transformation Fund is actually about. If those details had been available in the budget book or shared with the other groups, we would have wholeheartedly supported that. In fact, we would have suggested we use some of the £9 million windfall from the restructuring of our long-term debt to actually increase that. We think it's significant more. But it's not in the budget book. It's, so we weren't aware of what that transformation fund was about. It sounded like somebody else's pet project that couldn't be. It should have been clearer. And if it had been clearer, we would have fully supported that, and we would have found, as I say, actually probably increased the amount of money spent on that. So that's quite unfortunate. The issue about town centres, I think Andrew Cooper, they're all going out when I'm if I mention a few more names, will they disappear as well? I think Andrew summed it up quite well. And again, there's been mention of vanity projects. The Labour group are asking for money for projects that they cannot deliver on, right? And what we're doing is we're tying up huge amounts of capital in the immediate budgets, and we've no idea when those capital projects are going to see fruition. And that is why we, amongst other people in this council, think that spending on those town centres ought to be restructured along a more realistic time scale. And what that does is it free up revenue that would be supporting those capital, has to be kept to support those capital budgets for using things which are more pressing. So that's to address those two issues. It's quite interesting to hear both Councillor Sokol and Councillor Richards' comments on the infrastructure schemes that we've put in. And they are in our wards, but not totally in our wards. Obviously, Gopher and the Cone Valley ward are the wards that Councillor Turner and I and Councillor Ideal represent. Long Royd Bridge isn't in our ward, but it has an impact for a lot of people in South Kirklees, not just in the Cone Valley, but also the Home Valley that have to use that to access. And what we've said in the past is most of the infrastructure spending seems to be spent north of Huddersfield, and that creates massive problems for us south and west of Huddersfield when we're trying to get through. The other thing that lack of infrastructure spend.
Can we just all listen to Councillor Marchington, please?
The other thing is that there's huge amounts of industry going on in both the Home Valley, the Cone Valley and the Dearne Valley, and we see that through the large vehicles that are actually delivering raw materials and taking out manufactured projects. And this creates problems in all of those pinch points. Again, I'll refer to when this was the idea of these river crossings. They're in the plans, both of these, the river crossings, the Millsbridge one and the one into Slathwaite. The Slathwaite one services the industrial estate, and what it means is large vehicles could actually directly access the industrial estate rather than having to travel through the Slathwaite village centre. And actually, there's huge amounts of land there that could be used for industrial development, and actually we think that would free it up. So is Millsbridge. There's large amounts of industrial land in and around either side, east and west of Millsbridge, which would be better accessible if we... Peter McBride, Councillor McBride, summed it up really well the other when before about the lack of consistency. You know, and it's all right talking about politicking, but the local Labour, or proxies for the Labour Party in our ward, have, you know, when it's local people say to you, we need a new bridge, it is local people, we need a new bridge in Millsbridge, it's their idea, right? And it's been in the West Yorkshire, you know, it was in the West Yorkshire Metropolitan Bank. Peter, you said, oh, it was never there. So I'm very confused. What we see is extra development going... No, sorry, Peter, you've not spoken. I'm not... No, you've not spoken. You've not...
Councillor McBride, can you sit down? Stay on, Councillor Matchington.
It's years ago, Peter, so you can't mention it in this. You can't not mention it in this debate. So, fine, right. Okay. So, what these two infrastructure projects, what they do is it actually recognises that we failed to access some of the capital funding that should have been available because we don't have schemes to come into place. And we believe that having schemes in place could potentially... And Councillor Richards, I do know how much these infrastructure... it's going to cost about £6.5 million for the Millsbridge one. Not the £40 million you're talking about. We know that money is not available in the future, but when that money is available...
Thank you, Councillor Marchington. Sorry. Councillor Burt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, our roads are crumbling around us, and this is not just in my ward, but all around Kirklees. And as a result, in my area, we have unintentional traffic calming measures, but unfortunately not where we want them. And this is something we need and want to address. Parking charges will not increase footfall in town centres. Certainly to introduce them in our villages and in Ninley would destroy our village. We also seek to address and seek further investment in other areas to do more to support community events, invest in street cleaning, support the most vulnerable, where I agree with the investment in social care and in children's services, and also our libraries. Public libraries provide positive outcomes for people and communities in a variety of ways, beyond simply providing access to books. They contribute to the formation of human capital, the maintenance of mental and physical health well-being, social inclusivity and community cohesion. Research funded by the Arts Council in 2015 found that after controlling for a wide range of factors, library use is positively associated with subjective well-being, with library users having higher life satisfaction, happiness and sense of purpose in life. Being a regular library user is also associated with a 1.4% increase in the likelihood of reporting good general health, valued at a medical cost saving associated with library engagement. The aggregate NHS cost savings across library use in England population is £27.5 million per year. Libraries play a key role in providing books for children. Research has shown that where library usage has increased for an individual, the most common reason for giving was, I wanted to encourage my child to read books. We seem to have library reviews and consultations quite often. Just when our volunteers get used to a way of working, supporting libraries and supporting the limited number of staff hours that we have within our libraries, then they drop off. They drop off because they're faced with uncertainty and facing reviews and consultations. Whereas in the past they were given different models, now they don't have anything. Nobody can go out and say, I want to keep my library open because we don't know where the money is going to come from. So unfortunately the Cabinet has not made any specific proposals as how it intends to proceed, and that makes it difficult for the library volunteers and for groups in libraries in Kirklees. Why should there be libraries in Kirklees? Well, I'll speak about the one in my own ward in Linley. Because there's no other council building in the village. Linley is one of the busiest and most lively suburbs in Huddersfield. The library is popular, well used and highly regarded by local people. In recent years, there has been a rapid increase in the local population. Older people and families with young children are our main customers. We are striving to make the library attractive to people across a full range of ages. Library acts as a community hub. It is a building open for everyone and provides support for those who are ill, needy and lonely. The library draws people into Linley, and this helps shopkeepers and the local economy. We currently have 36 registered volunteers, of whom 25 regularly perform duties on library rotas and another asset relief and with the garden and other general activities around. Our volunteers help libraries by providing open access to a variety of high-quality selected resources, information and tools in all formats, including digital, providing skilled professionals to assist young people, guide them, teach them, assess and evaluate information, organise a great variety of programmes and activities for children to familiarise themselves with reading and information literacy, for digital literacy, sometimes together with parents and with grandparents, programmes to encourage young people's own creative activities and productions, offering not only resources and guidance, but a welcoming, safe place for girls and boys to do schoolwork, and therefore supporting education and gender equality, as a place to meet and develop social links, empowering parents and carers, engaging the community working in partnership with schools as well as partner agencies. No one is too young to be a library user. Groups come into the library either individually or in groups, and these include babies, toddlers, preschool children, primary school children, high school, young people with reading, learning, development difficulties. Parents and other adults come in to read books, media and children, and also families. Children of all ages should find the library an attractive place to visit. The library is important to parents who can bring their babies to a source of local culture where they join other parents, create networks, gain information on childcare, children's psychology and children's cultural needs. As well as the political and social benefits of preventing poor outcomes in later life, the libraries provide, such as mental health problems, low education attainment and crime. There are also the economic benefits to the approach, based on the argument that preventative policies cost less to implement than reactive policies.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Can I there are no other speak. Oh, Councillor, can I ask you to sum up? Turner. No.
Is that what he said? She said, yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's quite interesting listening to some of the Labour comments, and actually some of the comments that they haven't made, which means that perhaps they support those aspects of our amendment, which is quite good. So, looking at the funding for the capital funding for Huddersfield and Dewsbury, we're not taking away that funding, we're reprofiling it, because we think there's going to be slippage. To actually do a £500,000 feasibility study, you know, having a plan on the table, looking at what needs to be done is going to take longer than 12 months or 2 years. So why put the spending in now? Let's look at it and actually then look at what pots we can bid into that aren't using our council money to spend in that way. The comments made about the improvement schemes, the feasibility studies for the improvement schemes across the River Colne. Well, 2011, we're now 7 years on from 2011. How many more houses have been built in both the Home and the Colne valleys since then? How many more cars are on the road? A lot of people actually avoid Milnes Bridge and cross the River Colne at some of the other crossings. They're all in a terrible state and often gridlocked. So it's not just Milnes Bridge. A lot of places are affected. And part of a feasibility study would be to look at what business could be generated by the scheme. It's not just it's going to cost this £1 million and that's what the council has to cough up. It's what business can be generated by actually putting this in. How can we actually help a local community? But what was really interesting were the comments that Councillor Sokol made, that he doesn't think that people are interested in it. So what he's really saying is that actually you're only going to do things that you think are popular and populist. That's what you're saying, that the things that you're going to do are about being popular for local people to vote for. So what you're accusing us of doing, you're actually doing yourself, and you're betrayed by your own comments. So to talk about car parking charges, nobody on this side of the room said we were going to increase car parking charges in Huddersfield and Dewsbury. You're inferring that because we said that we didn't think that they should be commenced in other village centres where we actually need to encourage people to go in and park and visit those village centres in order for them to be thriving economies. It also demonstrates your lack of vision. Because actually, you don't have to put up car parking charges to save £100,000 this year in the budget. There are lots of other innovative ways we could do to save money and to increase people coming into those car parks, which is actually what we want to do, is actually get more people into the town centres. So we would invest in town centres, as I've said, but what we want is a proper plan on the table, fully costed, and look at all of the ways that we can raise funding, as has been said tonight, through the private sector as well as the public sector. So we're obviously proposing our amendment. We don't think you're going to support it, but we think it's a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Now we'll move on to the amendment. Is there an amendment from the Green Party?
Hello. Our amendment provides credibility, substance and leadership. It cannot solve... It's a lot of love in the room tonight. It cannot solve the many issues of poor provision in Kirklees, but we aim to move the council forward and make sure the future happens in spite of the government, not because of it. Councillors may remember I managed to ask the Deputy Leader at council meetings, at a council meeting a few months ago, a question regarding his motivations and priorities for the council that would give us some insight into his political credo. His response was that it was all about young people and helping them, which I get. So we ought to be seeing a council which is moving forwards on provision for young people, not backwards. And there is nothing of substance for young people in the proposal. So when I see play areas being removed in the Goka ward and the Newsham ward for health and safety reasons, but then not being replaced, and a new school being built to government specifications in the Crossland Moor ward, but without a dedicated sports hall that can be used all weather, I think we are getting the basics wrong for the very youngest people in Kirklees. And that is why we propose replacement play areas at Manor Estate in Newsham and Botham Hall, and a roof on the Mugger at Mount Pleasant Primary to make it an all-weather facility. The first electric vehicle was a truck for collecting waste from bins and was introduced into Kirklees' fleet a number of years ago as the result of a Green Party amendment to a council budget. Little progress has been made in advancing our electric vehicle fleet since then. The technology, however, has come on leaps and bounds. So we propose using the capital funding for town centres that simply cannot be delivered for a proposal which can. We will ensure that council vans and trucks, when replaced where appropriate, are done so with electric alternatives. Kirklees Transport Services have drawn up a schedule for such vehicles based on replacement times, suitability of vehicles, and we even have an option of the very first electric bin wagons in our fleet. We would rise from around 3 electric vehicles to 127 over 2 years, without the need for a feasibility study. The benefits of this proposal are multiple: lower running costs, lower maintenance costs, lower emissions. We have a growing issue with air pollution and air quality, and this proposal would demonstrate that we're using new technology to benefit local people and tackle a demonstrable health threat to them. We can demonstrate leadership to business and other organisations with vehicle fleets, and to Kirklees householders as well. So this is not just a pot with no plot. This is a van that's part of a plan. Right? Those of us who care about road safety and have tried to get traffic calming installed in a number of streets have fallen foul of Kirklees Highways Matrix, which prioritises speed reduction measures on the basis of deaths and injuries. We need to accommodate the need for accident prevention in our speed reduction plans, and that is why we've put some money towards traffic calm. Our proposal to support community hubs and libraries has a strong focus on partnerships, not just 300k, but a pot to work in partnership with schools and parish councils to provide support for valued local facilities, to lever in resources and give more say over how those services are delivered by local people. We need change, but let's try and make things better at the same time. So having made our case, I'm sure every member of this council chamber will feel comfortable in backing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Is that seconded? No. Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, just to speak briefly, very briefly, on one
one line of our proposal. I don't want anyone to think that nothing is happening to help homeless people in Kirklees. There are lots of good people working hard to help those less fortunate. There are many voluntary and statutory organisations working towards helping people who are homeless and at risk of becoming homeless, and that does include the council. There is a homelessness forum which has been established for several years, which the council are members of. And many organisations represented are continually looking at how they can work better together to help people who are homeless and in crisis. The council works with the Welcome Centre and with the Mission. They work closely with K&H in a proactive way to help people avoid becoming homeless. They work closely with Home Group to establish and sustain Clare House, which has been a lifeline to so many people already. And these are just a few examples where the council is already actively trying to help people who are experiencing tough times. And it's because of all the people who work on the front line now that we know there is more we can do and that there is a growing need, which is why we've included an allocation for homelessness in our budget amendment. Sadly, more and more people are in need of help to make ends meet, and there are several reasons. Universal credit, benefit sanctions, pay freezes, low-paid work are just a few. And it's very sad that hard-working public sector staff have to rely on food parcels to care for their families, but this is a reality for some today. We've included an amount in our budget proposals labelled rough sleepers, because we've all seen a growing number of people sleeping rough over the last few months. But I think if this allocation in the budget is approved, there can be further debate about how this fund can be used to help not just rough sleepers, but also a wider group of people who struggle to secure and maintain tenancies and who face complex challenges on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart Turner. Councillor Amer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to address the budget amendment tabled by the Green Party. This amendment is breathtaking in its lack of scope, insight and vision. As the preamble tells us, it is a very limited ambition and indeed is very largely an eclectic mix of narrow parochialism and tokenistic posturing. There is no borough-wide strategy here. To the contrary, this is a document which serves to underline the fact that the Green Party is nowhere near capable of forming or even informing an administration for Kirklees. This budget should make provision for services and facilities which will benefit the whole of the borough, or at the very least a significant proportion of its residents. This is not the place for ward-level provision of small play areas. It may well be the place for a commitment to play area improvements throughout Kirklees, but the Green Party studiously ignores the bigger picture. Similarly, there is a widespread problem with substandard road infrastructure throughout Kirklees, and particularly in my ward of Kirkburton. This Green Party amendment ignores the wider issue, but proposes a rather small amount for traffic calming instead. This despite the fact that Kirklees has well-established criteria for introducing such measures. I personally have never heard of traffic calming measures being delayed or denied in Kirklees due to funding restraints, and I remain confident that any necessary projects would be implemented should the criteria be met. The Green Party proposals do nothing to address traffic congestion hotspots such as Flockton. In contrast, the Conservatives would increase General Road's budget and brings far more benefit to many, many more people and villages without in any way affecting the ability to introduce any necessary traffic calming measures. By far the biggest individual cost in the Green Party proposals is the provision of and support for electric vehicles, including charging points. The cost over 2 years is proposed to be over £4.33 million, after allowing for supposed but unsubstantiated savings of £128,000 generated, if you'll pardon the pun, by the use of electric vehicles. That is a substantial amount of public money to make a tokenistic point, and ignores the fact that the costs of such technology are on a downward trajectory. In other words, there is a case to wait and see what lower level the costs reach in future, rather than jumping in at a time when the technology is still relatively new and expensive. Conservatives will put £4 million to much better use, keeping our streets clean, protecting motorists from increased parking charges, and including an increased provision of support for our libraries. On that point, I find it interesting that the Green Party ignores library provisions here. I can only assume that the local Green Party hierarchy has now decided that books and library services is not important enough to attract its attention. This does not appear to be a principal budget amendment seeking to bring benefit to the borough, but rather one designed to make political points and garner the approval of a narrow sector of the voting public. I have no hesitation whatsoever in condemning the Green Party amendment, and I will vote against it. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to rise in favour of the Three Amigos amendment. It offers support for community engagement, such as we have been doing in Murfield, and which, if the Cabinet had been more proactive, we would have seen a brand new library deliver that community engagement hub that we have. So there's an asset there. It offers support to address the problems and issues faced by rough sleepers in the borough, which we at the Economy and Neighbourhood Scrutiny have discussed at length, and which, if supported by Scrutiny Management Committee, we will begin an ad hoc review into, delivered in the current budget, and I hope Councillor Stewart-Turner will support that. And, Madam Mayor, at this time, speaking about our rough sleepers and homeless, may I commend the work that the Huddersfield Town Foundation are doing, who on Friday the 9th of March are launching their Big Sleep Out to raise funds for this very worthy cause, supporting groups who are already doing this without the need for employing another officer. So if anybody wants to support the rough sleepers in our area, go down to the Gal Farm, take your sleeping bag, and they'll provide the cardboard for you to sleep on. I support that as well. Hey, David will go back to 1970s. I support the investigation into opportunities for the use and charging of all electric vehicles. As the West Yorkshire lead on ULEV, Councillor Firth knows this is something we've discussed at Wycott in some detail. Madam Mayor, as I said, I would like to rise in support, but sadly I can't, as these admirable traits are far overshadowed by their attempts to tax the whole borough to continually fund their parochial pet projects, rather than use funds which are available or could be available to them if they look at other methods. Their failure to challenge the Labour Cabinet just shows why we can't trust this amendment, and I have therefore to oppose it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Kulshik.
Madam Mayor, I would like to speak against the Green Group amendments. We are here in the Council chamber to debate and set the Council budget for the whole of Kirklees residents and 23 different wards in South and North Kirklees. However, the Green Group budget proposals are just for the Newsham ward budget. They are more interested in the play areas in Newsham, such as Manor Estate and others. Rather than be critical of the Council's health and safety service, the Greens should be praising the service for removing some equipment in the interest of the health and safety of children there. The Greens are determined to turn the whole of Huddersfield Town Centre into children's play areas and are proposing a play area on Macaulay Street outside the bus station. Have the Greens forgotten that Kirklees Council spent millions to improve this area to make it family-friendly, especially for elderly shoppers who have an area where they can enjoy being outside in the fresh air before catching their buses from the station and Market Street. Also, this area is heavily used for multiple activities during the summer time. We have already invested a lot of Mount Pleasant Primary School and just had a new school building built. There were intensive consultations before the building work started with Newsham Ward, Crossland Moor and Netherton Ward councillors, but the Green did not raise any issue at that time. Now, they want this play area to be covered with a roof. I am not against more children's play area, but the Green Group proposals are not in the interest of the whole of Kirklees, but rather for their own Newsham Ward and in the interest of their own political agenda. Madam Mayor, therefore, I would urge this Council to vote against the Green Group amendments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very much. Councillor Sheard.
Yeah, I chose to speak on this third of the deck chair amendments that we've had put in towards us. And can I say that straight away, there is something to commend itself in this amendment. There's something to commend itself in the text. It doesn't go in the text about how they're going to oppose car parking charges and then not back it up by any money in their actual amendment. And it doesn't say, as Councillor John Lawson did, that he's going to oppose car parking in Kirklees, but he's not going to oppose it in Eppenwhite. So, you didn't say Eppenwhite. Above the Albion Street. Anyway, sorry, that commends the agreement. Can I say, and I don't know which of the other two groups the Greens spoke to when they put in the £349 reduction in the transformation funding, which, as we've rightly said, is essential to transforming our care for older people. But can I really want to address the item that, again, is in all three of the amendments, the £1,600 and additional funding? Can I refer you to the budget book on page 8, which says, as quite clearly says, as noted, the LCR pool report on Cabinet on 15th of January, the company pool is for 1 year, and we don't know how much money it will be until November. Can I say, we didn't even know we were participants in the pool until the 1st of February. I attended the meeting of the pool members on the 1st of February when the decision was taken as how the money would be allocated. Because remember, part of this money is allocated to the Yorkshire Forward for the Yorkshire bike race, cycle race. Part of it is funded to redevelopment funds, and part is sent back to local authorities. But that wasn't decided until the 1st of February, which is after we prepared our budget. Now, obviously, somebody got together with other groups and decided that this is a good wheeze to try and put it back. And I was going to point out to everybody, David denied this. All budget amendments and our budget all increase rates by 6%. Every one of them. David, what is 5 plus 1? What is 5 plus 1, David? What is 5 plus 1? 5 plus 1 is 6. And that is what's proposed in here. All the amendments are the same thing. 5 this year, 1 next year. 5 this year, 1 next year. That is 6%. Because we haven't put 1% in the following year. So that is 6%. So all the amendments are put in a 6% rise. The problem, the difference is whereas we decide when we found out about the money, which was on the 1st of February, that we wanted to use that to add into more transformation of social care, where you all three of the amendments wanted to do it as a cheap jibe to delay a part of the rise for a year. But I'll point out to David, he has real difficulties grasping this. 5% this year, 1% next year, that is 6%.
Thank you, Councillor Sheard. Can I have a little bit of order, please? Councillor Calvert. Councillor Hall, be quiet. Councillor Calvert.
Well, Andrew, all I can say is parochialism at its best. Yours is a third amendment I've listened to today, and each of those are all about putting monies back into my backyard. I've heard the lack of ambition and innovation being criticised at the Labour group. And while I must admit the leadership over the last couple of years has been dormant, At least their budget this time has tried to be strategic and cover all areas of the council, with some monies pumped back into essential services. I believe this might be the beginning of a plan, and members have alluded to the fact that there is no plan in place. I think it is now time that the vision of Kirklees should draw up a blueprint to work towards, and this should be done as soon as possible. Start with a blank piece of paper and fill it with the services that are needed for now and in the future. I won't be supporting the Green Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Firth. Councillor Eric Firth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise not to support the Green Amendment, but the Greens do raise some interesting points, particularly about electric vehicles and charging points. And that is the future, and we will, I'm certain, this council will move towards that in the next year or so. So even though there's been a great point, Andrew, and thank you for raising it. I can't support your amendment, but this is clearly the way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Firth. If there are no more comments, can I ask Councillor Allison to sum up? No comment. Councillor Cooper? Councillor, you can't do it. At the conclusion of the debates on amendments, we shall now move to the votes. Using your consoles, please will you vote on the Conservative amendment? This amendment is not carried, so we will now go on to the... Would you all vote now, please? Well, we can't. Councillor Sokol, your console's not working, so can you confirm which way you're voting, please? Against? Therefore, the Green Amendment. Please vote now. Councillor Sokol? Councillor Sokol, your console's not working. How are you going to vote, please? Pardon? Again. Again, this amendment is not carried, so therefore we'll now go on to the main motion. Please use your console and vote now. Councillor Smage has pressed the wrong button, so it would be 34-32. Thank you. The meeting.
The motion is carried.
Yeah. The motion is carried. So this now can I have a little bit of? The motion is carried. So this now becomes the Council's budget. The meeting is now closed.